Tonight's case isn't just a mystery, and it's a warning. Because the girl who vanished wasn't the only one he marked. Wherever you're watching from, at home, in your car, or alone in the dark, remember, some stories follow you long after they end. Welcome to Dark Pulse, a place where crime mysteries, dark secrets, and true crime-style thriller stories come alive. Tell us in the comment from where and which time you are listening us. We will love to know you, whether you're watching from US or anywhere in the world. Just sit back, turn off the lights, and let the darkness begin. The darkness that follows Blackwater, Pennsylvania, a town that rarely made noise, rarely made headlines, and rarely changed. Just a place where people grew old quietly, and secrets stayed buried even quieter. That peace shattered on a cold Friday morning. Emily Carter had been missing for 9 hours when her mother finally gathered the courage to call the police. Before that, she kept telling herself, she'll come home. She always comes home. But deep inside, a fear had already taken root, the fear that something terrible had happened, the fear that this wasn't just a missing person case, but the beginning of something the entire town would remember for years. Detective Daniel Ross stood in the center of Blackwater PD staring at Emily's photo. 19 years old, college freshman, honor student, no criminal record, no history of running away, nothing in her life suggested danger. Yet danger had found her. Or maybe danger had been waiting for her. Daniel exhaled slowly. Something about this case felt wrong from the moment he got the call. Not just because Emily was young, not because missing girl cases gained national attention, but because of where they found her car. He walked toward the evidence board, pinning the photo of Emily's silver sedan abandoned on Forest Route 9. Engine cold, driver's side door slightly open. It looked staged, too clean, too intentional. He remembered the deputy's voice when he radioed from the scene. "Ross, you're gonna want to see this yourself." Now with the photo in front of him, Daniel understood why. No footprints in the mud, no tire marks except Emily's. Phone powered off, and the road leading toward the old woods, silent as death. That stretch of land had seen 3 disappearances in 15 years, all unsolved, all forgotten with time. Emily had unknowingly driven straight into a place wrapped in old horrors and new secrets. Daniel ran his hand along the side of his neck, feeling the tension settle in. He whispered to himself, "It's happening again." But why her? A soft knock at his office door pulled him out of his thoughts. Officer Maya Ruiz stepped in. "Detective, Emily's mother is here." Daniel nodded and followed. As he walked into the interview room, he saw Margaret Carter sitting stiffly, hands clasped tight, eyes swollen from crying. She looked up at him with a trembling voice. "Detective Ross, please find my daughter." Daniel sat across from her, speaking gently. "Mrs. Carter, I promise you we're doing everything we can. I just need to ask a few questions." Margaret nodded quickly, wiping her eyes. "When did you last see her?" "Last night, around 9. She said she was going to a small party near Lakewood. She promised she wouldn't stay late. She promised she'd text me when she was leaving." Her voice cracked. "She never texted." Daniel leaned forward. "Do you know who she went with?" "Her boyfriend, Jacob, and her best friend, Lila." Daniel wrote the names down slowly. 2 people, 2 potential leads, 2 potential secrets. Margaret continued, voice shaking. "She wasn't herself these last few days, Detective. She seemed scared." Daniel's eyes narrowed. "Scared of what?" Margaret swallowed hard. "I don't know. Anytime I asked, she said, 'It's nothing, Mom, just stress.' But I heard her talking on the phone once. She said someone was following her." Daniel felt a chill run down his spine. Following her? In Blackwater, a town where nothing happened? Margaret continued. And yesterday, just hours before she vanished, she got a message. She read it, and her face turned pale. What did it say? Margaret shook her head. I don't know, she wouldn't show me, but I saw her delete the message immediately. Daniel made a mental note. Unknown message, unknown fear, unknown threat. This case was already spiraling beyond a simple disappearance. He spoke softly. Mrs. Carter, did Emily have any conflicts with anyone, any argument, any fight, anything unusual? Margaret hesitated. There was something good, but I didn't think it was important. Daniel glanced up. Please tell me. A few weeks ago, she asked me about her father, about his death. She said something didn't make sense. Something about old police files. Daniel froze for a moment. Emily's father had died in an accident years ago. Case closed. No investigation, no questions. Why would she suddenly question it? Margaret continued faintly. She said she found something that made her think his death wasn't an accident. But she wouldn't tell me what. Daniel's pulse quickened, though he kept his expression calm. Emily had been digging into something dangerous, something connected to the past, something connected to her father. And now she was gone. Before Daniel could ask anything else, the door opened slightly and Officer Maya peeked in. Detective Jacob and Lila are here. They want to talk. Perfect timing, or terrible timing. Daniel couldn't decide. He stood up gently. Mrs. Carter, please wait here. I'll come back after speaking with them. As he left the room, his mind raced. A missing girl, a strange message, a frightened mother, conflicting timelines, possible stalker. And now, two young people who might know more than they wanted to admit. Jacob sat forward in his chair, elbows on his knees, shaking his leg non-stop. Lila sat next to him, arms crossed, eyes red but guarded. Daniel entered with a calm authority. Jacob, Lila, I need to know everything about last night. Jacob spoke first. We were at the Lakewood cabin party. Emily was fine. She wasn't drinking. She wasn't arguing. She wasn't... Lila cut him off sharply. She wasn't fine, Jacob. Stop lying. Jacob glared at her. You're making it sound like... I'm making it sound like what actually happened, Lila snapped. She was anxious. She kept looking at her phone. She kept saying she didn't feel safe. Daniel raised a hand, separating their voices. One at a time. Jacob, did Emily mention anything to you about someone following her? Jacob looked down. No, she didn't tell me anything like that. Lila let out a bitter laugh. Of course she didn't tell you. You barely paid attention. Jacob clenched his jaw. Lila, shut up, Daniel interjected. Enough, both of you. Just answer what I ask. Lila spoke again, quieter this time. Detective, Emily left the party alone. After she got a message, she read it, and she panicked, like she had to be somewhere fast. Jacob slowly added, she didn't say where she was going, she just walked out. Daniel processed this. So Emily left willingly, but she left afraid. He took a breath. Did either of you see who she talked to before leaving? Silence. 2 seconds. 4 seconds. 6 seconds. Finally, Lila whispered, there was someone outside, near the tree line. I couldn't see their face, but they were watching. Daniel felt the weight of those words settle in the room. Someone was there. Someone who knew Emily. Someone who knew she'd come out. Someone who watched. Jacob rubbed his forehead, voice shaking now. Detective, do you think this is like those old missing cases? The ones near the woods, the ones people still talk about? Daniel didn't answer. Not yet. Not until he had facts. But inside, a voice whispered, yes, it feels the same. Too much the same. As he left the interview room, Officer Maya hurried toward him. "Detective, we found something in Emily's car." Daniel stopped. "What?" Maya swallowed, eyes tense. "A note." "What kind of note?" She handed him a plastic evidence bag. Inside, a small folded paper with shaky handwriting. Daniel slowly unfolded it. Just 6 words. "Don't trust anyone, not even them." His chest tightened. Them. Who was them? Family, friends, police? Someone else entirely? He stared at the note, his instincts screaming one thing. This wasn't just a missing person case. This was a crime mystery designed to hide something far bigger. Something buried deep in Blackwater. Something that was now waking up again. Daniel looked back at the evidence bag, whispering under his breath, "Emily, what did you walk into?" And somewhere in Blackwater, someone watched the news unfold, breathing slow, calm, as if they had been waiting for this moment, as if Emily's disappearance was only the first move. Daniel returned to his office, the note still echoing in his mind. Don't trust anyone, not even them. He sat down slowly, elbows on the desk, staring at the words as if they would rearrange themselves into meaning. They didn't. If anything, the more he stared, the more the message felt like a warning meant for him personally. Who was them? Was it the people Emily loved, the people he trusted, the people investigating? Or was them the people watching from the shadows of Blackwater, the ones nobody ever talked about? A faint knock pulled him out of his thoughts. Officer Maya stepped inside. "Detective, there's something else." Daniel braced himself. "What now?" "We checked Emily's phone records. There's a call at 11:38 p.m., just 1 minute before she left the party." Daniel straightened. Who was the caller? Maya hesitated. That's the thing. It was from a burner phone. No identity, no trace. Daniel's jaw tightened. Another missing trail. Another missing clue. He ran his fingers through his hair. Any messages before that? Not on the carrier logs, but... Maya swallowed. Her phone was manually wiped. Someone factory reset it the moment it shut off. Daniel shut his eyes for a moment. Someone didn't want her messages found. Someone knew police would look. "Do we have her phone now?" Maya shook her head. "We haven't found it." "Of course not. The person behind this wasn't careless. They erased trails the way you erase footprints from fresh snow." Daniel stood up. "I want every camera on Forest Route 9 pulled. Even if it's blurry, even if it's useless. I want gas station footage, convenience stores, traffic cams, everything." Maya nodded and moved quickly. The station felt heavier than usual. Officers spoke quieter. Phones rang softer. Even the lights above seemed dimmer, like Blackwater itself was holding its breath. Daniel walked to the evidence board again, pinning the new note beside Emily's picture. The room suddenly felt colder. A voice behind him broke the silence. "Detective Ross, you wanted to see me?" Daniel turned to see Dean Walters, a college professor, thin, mid-50s, glasses, the kind of man who looked like he slept with textbooks. He taught social psychology and was well-liked among students. Daniel motioned him in. "Professor Walters, thank you for coming." "Of course," the professor replied softly. "Emily was in my class. She was one of my brightest students. This is heartbreaking." Daniel observed him carefully. "Did you know she was feeling unsafe recently?" Professor Walters adjusted his glasses. "Well, yes, a bit. She came to me 2 weeks ago asking for extensions on her assignments. Said she wasn't sleeping well." "Did she say why?" Walters hesitated. "No, but she asked me about some old crime cases, Blackwater's unsolved disappearances. She seemed fascinated. Or maybe afraid, I couldn't tell. Daniel's attention sharpened. Which cases? The forest route disappearances and an old cold case involving a wrongful conviction. She said she was writing a research paper. Daniel raised an eyebrow. A research paper? Nobody mentioned that. Professor Walters shook his head. She said she didn't want anyone to know until she finished. She was very private. Daniel studied him. Did you ask why she was researching those specific cases? Yes, Walters replied quietly. She said some stories shouldn't stay buried. Daniel inhaled slowly. Those words, they felt loaded, too meaningful, too deliberate. He asked one more question. Did she tell you anything about her father? Something flickered in the professor's eyes, fear, recognition, a memory he didn't want to revisit. She mentioned him once, said his death didn't feel like an accident, but she wouldn't elaborate. Daniel stepped closer. Did you know her father? No, Walters replied quickly, too quickly. I mean, I taught here during that time, but I didn't know him personally. Daniel didn't press further. Not yet. The professor stood to leave. Detective, I hope you find her. I really do. When he was gone, Daniel wrote a note to himself. Walters, nervous, knows more than he's saying. He stared at the board again. Emily's photo, the abandoned car, the note, and now, an unexpected new path. This case wasn't just about a missing girl. It was about something bigger, something layered, something deliberately hidden for years. His phone vibrated. Maya. We have a match, she said breathlessly. The burner phone used to call Emily pinged a tower near the old Harrington mansion. Daniel's heart thumped once, hard. The Harrington mansion. Locals called it the silent house, the forbidden place, the dead end. It had the kind of history that spread through whispers at night, a place where parties happened, secrets were kept, and people simply vanished from memory. He grabbed his coat. I'm heading there. Maya stopped him. Detective, there's more. Daniel paused. What? The call to Emily wasn't the only one placed from that burner. 2 weeks ago, the same number called Raymond Hale's prison. Daniel froze. Raymond Hale, the man Emily was investigating, the man locked up for a crime he may not have committed, the man who once whispered, someone else did it, someone who liked the dark. Daniel closed his eyes for a second. 2 weeks ago. Emily gets a mysterious call connected to Raymond. Emily starts researching old crimes. Emily starts fearing someone is following her. Emily vanishes. This was no coincidence, not even close. Get the car ready, Daniel said. We're going to Harrington Mansion. The drive to the mansion felt unnaturally long. Forest Route 9 stretched endlessly, trees closing in like silent watchers. The air felt heavier, colder, even though the heater was on. When they finally reached the gravel driveway, the sky above seemed darker than the rest of Blackwater. The mansion stood at the end of the path, tall, shadowed windows black like empty eyes. Maya whispered, "This place gives me chills." Daniel didn't answer. He was already walking toward the gate. The wind rustled the trees as if warning them not to enter. But they stepped forward. The front yard was overgrown, vines creeping up the walls. The air smelled faintly of damp leaves and something metallic. Daniel pushed the heavy iron gate. It creaked slowly, a long, painful sound that echoed into the night. They moved toward the porch. The moment they stepped onto the wooden boards, something snapped beneath Maya's shoe. She looked down. A broken cell phone case. Daniel picked it up with gloves. The sticker on the back was unmistakable. Emily's favorite constellation. Maya whispered, "Oh my God, she was here." Daniel didn't respond. Because as he held the phone case, somewhere inside the mansion, A floorboard creaked, very softly, as if someone was standing there, just behind the door, listening, waiting. Daniel signaled Maya to stay silent. They approached the entrance slowly. Another creak, and then a soft whisper from inside the darkness. Not loud enough to understand, not clear enough to identify. Just a whisper. Maya's breath trembled. "Detective, someone's in there." Daniel gripped his flashlight, voice low. "We're not alone." A cold silence followed, heavy like a held breath. And then, a sudden thud echoed from deep inside the mansion. Something falling, something dropping, something or someone moving away fast. Daniel stepped forward. Emily, can you hear me?" Silence. Then footsteps, running, light, quick, darting across the wooden floors inside. Daniel cursed under his breath. "Someone's escaping." He pushed the door open. It swung inward, and a wave of cold air hit them. The mansion was pitch black. Dust, cobwebs, rotten air. But the biggest thing was the smell, a faint trace of chloroform. A smell Daniel had learned to recognize in past cases. Maya whispered, "Detective, this isn't just a creepy house." Daniel nodded. "No, this is a crime scene." Footsteps echoed deeper inside. Someone was definitely here, someone who didn't want to be found. Daniel stepped inside, voice steady but heart pounding. "Whoever you are, stop running. We know you're here." Silence again. They moved deeper into the corridor. The old walls groaned under their weight, and then a door slammed shut somewhere upstairs. Maya flinched. Daniel didn't. He looked up toward the dark staircase. Someone was up there, watching, waiting, or hiding something that could change everything about Emily's disappearance. Daniel whispered almost to himself, "This is where it starts." The staircase loomed above Daniel and Maya like a blackened spine twisting into the darkness. Every step creaked under the pressure of silence. Every breath felt too loud for this place. Maya's voice trembled in a whisper. "Detective, should we call for backup?" Daniel shook his head slowly. "If someone's inside, backup will take 8 minutes. We don't have 8 minutes." Maya swallowed hard and followed. They took the steps one at a time, slow, controlled, each movement deliberate. Halfway up, something shifted on the second floor. A faint scuffle, like hurried footsteps brushing against old floorboards. Daniel lifted his flashlight, its beam slicing through dust-filled air. When they reached the top, the hallway stretched long and narrow, lined with faded portraits, faces of the Harrington family, eyes that seemed to follow them. Maya whispered, "I hate this place already." Daniel didn't answer. He was staring at a door on the left, slightly open, a warm draft escaping from inside as if someone had just slipped through. He motioned toward it. They approached slowly. Suddenly, the door creaked wider on its own. Maya sucked in a breath. "What the?" Daniel raised his hand. "Shh." He nudged the door open. The room inside was small, lit only by a sliver of moonlight through a shattered window. Dust-covered books, an overturned chair, broken glass on the floor. But the strangest part, a single object lay in the center of the room. A bracelet, a delicate silver bracelet. Daniel crouched, lifting it with his gloved fingers. Maya murmured, "Is that hers?" Daniel nodded. "It's Emily's. Her mother described it exactly." Before he could say more, a sharp thud echoed from the far end of the hallway. A door slamming shut, footsteps rushing away. Maya gasped, "They're still here!" Daniel bolted into the hallway, Maya right behind him. They reached the end of the corridor. A small, narrow staircase led downward, far smaller than the main stairs. A servant's passageway. Old mansions always had them. The footsteps echoed again, now below them. Daniel sprinted down the narrow steps. The wooden boards trembled under their weight. At the bottom, the passage split into two hallways, left and right, both swallowed by darkness. Maya breathed. Which way? Daniel listened. For 5 seconds, 10 seconds, until he heard it. A faint click, a door closing somewhere to the left. This way. They rushed left. The hallway ended at a heavy metal door. The smell of dust and decay seeped through the cracks. Daniel pushed gently. Locked, but not fully secure. Someone had rushed through recently. He turned the handle harder. The old lock snapped open. The room inside was different from the rest of the mansion. Cleaner, colder, as if someone had been inside recently. Daniel shined the flashlight around. Old furniture, crates stacked against the wall, and an old desk with a single drawer left slightly open. Maya moved toward it. Detective, look. Inside the drawer lay a stack of photos. Not random photos, surveillance photos. Emily, walking, driving on campus, entering her dorm, talking to someone, alone in the park at the party cabin. Maya whispered, "Oh my God, someone was stalking her." Daniel's stomach twisted. This wasn't just a disappearance case. Emily was watched, tracked, followed, for days, maybe weeks. He flipped through the photos. On several, she looked directly at the camera, eyes startled as if she sensed someone watching her. Maya pointed at a photo. "Detective, that's Forest Route 9, the same spot her car was found at." Daniel examined the angle. The photo was taken from inside the wood known behind a tree. His voice dropped. This was no accident. Someone knew exactly where she was going that night. Suddenly, Maya stiffened. "Detective, look at this." She held up the final photo. It showed Emily standing near the edge of the woods, looking over her shoulder, fear written across her face. Daniel stared at it. When was this taken and by whom? Maya whispered, "Detective, the timestamp says it was taken 2 hours before she disappeared." Daniel's heart pounded. 2 hours before she vanished, which meant the stalker was watching her, right up until she left the party. He looked deeper into the drawer, finding something else. A notebook. Old, thick, leather-bound. He opened it. Inside, pages covered in names, dates, addresses, descriptions, people from Blackwater, some alive, some missing, some dead. One page made Daniel freeze. Emily Carter, 19, watched 5/18, 5/22, 5/23, 5/26, active. Fear increasing, closer soon. Maya breathed sharply. "Detective, this is a hit list." Daniel shook his head slowly. "No, this is a pattern stretching back years. A pattern linked to the unsolved cases, a pattern tied to Emily's father, a pattern connected to Raymond's wrongful conviction." He turned one more page and felt the world tilt for a moment. Because the next name on the list was Detective Daniel Ross. Maya's eyes widened. "Detective, this person was watching you too?" Daniel stared at his own name. Next to it, dates, times, places he had visited alone. The final line, "He's getting too close." A chill crawled up Daniel's spine. He whispered, "This isn't just about Emily. Someone is orchestrating all of this." Before they could process anything, a sudden sound cracked through the mansion, a loud crash like glass shattering. Then footsteps, fast, frantic, heading toward the back of the mansion. Daniel bolted out of the room, Maya following. They reached the back corridor. A window had been smashed open. Cold air rushed in through the broken frame. Tree branches swayed violently outside. Whoever was there, whoever had been stalking Emily, just escaped. Daniel cursed under his breath. He darted outside, flashlight slicing through the darkness. But the woods swallowed everything. No footsteps, no movement, no shadow, just silence. Maya stepped beside him, breath uneven. "They knew we were here." Daniel nodded slowly. And they were prepared. He looked down at the ground, fresh footprints, running away into the woods. But then Daniel noticed something else. Next to the footprints, half buried in the dirt, was a small chain pendant. He picked it up, a tiny engraved letter on it. Maya gasped. "That's Emily's." Daniel stared at the pendant, his mind racing. She was here recently, very recently. A disturbing possibility formed in his mind. Had she been held here? Did she escape? Was she running through these very woods, or was she dragged through them? He shook away the thought. Not yet. No assumptions, but the pendant was warm. Not cold, not frozen by the night air. "Warm," Daniel whispered. "She was here within the last few hours." Maya looked at him, hope and fear mixed in her eyes. "Detective, does that mean she's alive?" Daniel didn't answer. Not because he didn't know, but because he knew. Someone was watching them even now. He felt it, in the wind, in the silence, in the shadows shifting behind the trees. He whispered, barely audible. "This is bigger than we thought." Behind the mansion, deep in the woods, a pair of eyes watched Daniel and Maya from the darkness. Unblinking, cold, patient. The watcher whispered quietly to themselves. "Too close. He's getting too close." And then the shadow vanished into the trees. By the time Daniel and Maya drove back from the Harrington mansion, Blackwater's sky had turned a heavy, colorless gray. The kind of sky that made the whole town feel like a paused scene from a dark thriller story, where time waited for something terrible to be discovered. Daniel parked outside the station and sat there for a moment, hands still on the wheel. Maya glanced at him. "You okay?" He let out a slow breath. "We're not chasing a normal missing girl case anymore. This feels like a full-blown crime mystery, and whoever is behind it has been planning for years. And watching," Maya added quietly. "Watching all of them. Watching you." Daniel nodded once. "Yeah, that part bothers me." They stepped out of the car and went inside. The station buzzed with low conversations, phones ringing, keyboards clicking, but under all of it there was an invisible pressure. Everyone knew Emily's disappearance wasn't random anymore. It was a storm about to break. Daniel headed straight for the briefing room. "Get me everything from last night," he said to the officer at the desk. "I want every 911 call, every complaint, every camera feed from the college, the Lakewood cabin, and the main roads. And I want Jacob and Lila brought back in. Separately this time." "Yes, sir." The key now was simple. Reconstruct Emily's last night, minute by minute, person by person, lie by lie. Because somewhere in that final night was the first real crack in the killer's mask. Jacob sat alone in the small interview room, eyes red, clothes wrinkled from lack of sleep. He looked less defensive now, more afraid, as if the fear had finally caught up with him. Daniel walked in and closed the door behind him. He didn't sit right away. He studied Jacob for a few seconds, letting the silence stretch. Jacob broke first. "Did you find anything at the mansion?" Daniel didn't answer that. Instead, he sat down and placed a digital recorder on the table. "I'm going to ask you about last night again," he said calmly. "And this time, Jacob, I want everything. No shortcuts, no edited version. I want the full story." Jacob swallowed hard. "I told you we went to the party. Daniel cut in, voice firmer now. "We know Emily got a call at 11:38 p.m. from a burner phone. We know she left the party right after that. We know she drove toward Forest Route 9 and her car ended up near the woods. We also know you left the party shortly after she did. So I'm going to ask you this once." He leaned in. "Why did you really follow her?" Jacob's eyes widened. I didn't follow her. Try again. I didn't. Daniel slammed his hand lightly on the table. Not enough to scare, just enough to stop the denial. Jacob, we got security footage from the gas station on Lakewood Road. Your car. 2 minutes behind hers. Same direction, same route. You followed her. Jacob stared at him, breathing faster now. His shoulders sagged. Okay. Yes, I followed her. Why? He hesitated, then whispered, because she lied to me. Daniel frowned faintly. About what? Jacob clenched his jaw, emotions bubbling up under the surface. She said we'd spend the night together. We planned it for days, but at the party. She kept ignoring me. She kept texting someone. She walked outside 3 times to take calls. She wouldn't say who it was. When I asked, she said, "It's none of your business." Jealousy, possessiveness, fear of losing control. Daniel had seen it before in too many true crime mystery cases. So you thought she was meeting someone else? Jacob nodded, shame in his eyes. I thought she was cheating. Were you angry? Yes, but I wasn't going to hurt her. I just wanted to see where she was going. I wanted to confront her, that's all. Daniel watched him carefully. Tell me what happened when you followed her. Jacob exhaled slowly, eyes fixed on a spot on the table. She left the cabin, got into her car, drove toward the main road. I waited a minute, then I followed. I stayed back. Kept my headlights off for part of the way so she wouldn't see me. Daniel's gaze sharpened. Why turn your headlights off, Jacob? Jacob swallowed. Because I didn't want her to know I was behind her. If she saw me, she'd just get mad and leave. I wanted to see who she was meeting. Daniel let that sit for a moment. Did she meet anyone? Jacob shook his head. I don't know. I lost her near the turn at Forest Route 9. There was this truck in between us. By the time it turned off, her car was gone. Gone as in... You didn't see it at all? Or gone as in... off the road? I just didn't see it, Jacob said quickly. Did you stop? No, I panicked. I thought maybe she turned somewhere and I missed it. I circled around once, then went back to the party. Daniel stared at him. You didn't think to call her? Or call her mother when she didn't come home? I did call her. Jacob's voice broke now. It went straight to voicemail. I thought she was ignoring me. I didn't think she was missing. I didn't think... He swallowed hard and looked away, tears threatening. Daniel gave him a moment. Then he asked quietly, Jacob, did Emily ever tell you she felt watched? He nodded slowly. Yeah, about a week ago. She said she kept seeing the same car near campus. And once she said she saw a guy standing in the woods near her dorm parking lot. Did she describe him? No, just dark clothes, hoodie. She said maybe it was just her imagination. But she started locking her door more. She wouldn't walk alone at night. And you didn't report it? Jacob's eyes flashed with guilt. No. I thought she was stressed. She'd been spending a lot of time in the library, asking weird questions about unsolved murders, missing people, old crimes in Blackwater. I told her to let it go. She said she couldn't. Daniel's pulse ticked a little faster. Why couldn't she? Jacob hesitated then. Because she said it was connected to her father. There it was again. The dead man still haunting the present. Daniel's voice dropped. What did she say exactly? Jacob squeezed his hands together. She said, something's wrong with how he died. I think someone in this town killed him, and they got away with it. Daniel's chest tightened. Emily hadn't just tugged on a loose thread. She grabbed the whole knot and ripped it open. And then, Daniel asked, then she told me to trust her. She said, if anything happens to me, don't believe the first story you hear. Daniel absorbed that in silence. Emily knew she was walking into danger, and she still went. He stood up slowly. Jacob, if you're lying about anything, if even one detail in your story changes later, I will know. And I promise you I will come back for you. Jacob nodded frantically. I'm not lying, I swear, I just want her found. Daniel studied him for a moment longer, then walked out. Outside, Maya was waiting with a folder in her hands. How bad? She asked. He followed her, Daniel said, but claims he lost her before the woods. Says he thought she was cheating. Do you believe him? Daniel didn't answer directly. I believe he's scared. Whether that's guilt or fear, I don't know yet. Maya handed him the folder. Lila's ready, and you might want to see this first. He opened the folder. It was a series of text screenshots, retrieved from Lila's backup cloud account. Messages between Lila and Emily. His eyes skimmed down until a particular exchange made him stop. 2 days before the disappearance, Emily. I found something I wasn't supposed to see. Lila. What do you mean? Emily. About my dad. About this town. About the Night Stalker. Lila. Emily, that's not funny. Emily. I'm not joking. If anything happens to me, don't trust the story they tell you. Daniel felt a cold wave roll through him. Emily had repeated the same sentence to 2 different people. If anything happens to me, she knew. She knew something was coming. He closed the folder. Bring Lila in. Lila sat perfectly still in the chair, fingers twisted tightly together. Unlike Jacob, she didn't look angry. She looked haunted. Her eyes lifted to Daniel as he entered. Is she dead? She whispered. The question hit the air heavy. Daniel sat across from her. We don't know that. Right now, this is still a missing girl case, but we did find some of your messages with Emily. Lila's eyes instantly filled with tears. She told you about them, didn't she? About what she found? Daniel nodded slightly. She said she found something about her father. Something about the Night Stalker, something about this town. Lila shut her eyes, a single tear slipping down. She shouldn't have looked. I told her to stop. I told her some stories stay buried for a reason. What did she find, Lila? She opened her eyes slowly. I don't know exactly. She didn't show me documents or anything, but she said her father was investigating an old case. And that case was the reason he died. Raymond Hale? Daniel asked quietly. Lila blinked. Yes, that's the name. She said her father believed Raymond was innocent. Daniel's jaw clenched. So Emily was walking the same path her father had. And the last time someone walked that path, and they ended up dead. What about last night? Daniel asked. Walk me through everything, every word, every expression, every moment. Lila nodded slowly, taking a shaky breath. Okay, we got to the Lakewood cabin around 9:30. It was supposed to be a small college party. Music, drinks, nothing crazy. Emily was quiet. She stayed close to me, kept checking her phone. I asked her what was wrong. She said, I have to meet someone later. Did she say who? No, I thought it was Jacob. Or maybe her mom. I didn't push. Lila's voice softened. An hour later, she went outside to take a call. When she came back, she looked shaken. I grabbed her arm and asked what was going on. She said, I'm about to get answers, or I'm about to make a huge mistake. Daniel leaned forward slightly. Did she mention a place? Lila nodded faintly. She said, Harrington Mansion. Even though Daniel expected it, hearing the words from someone else still felt like a punch. So she knew she was going there, he said quietly. Yes. She said someone texted her and said they had information about her father's death. They told her to come alone. No police, no questions. And you let her go? Lila's face crumpled. I tried to stop her. I begged her not to go. She just smiled, this sad kind of smile, and said, "Imagine if I'm right, Lila. Imagine if I clear his name. Imagine if the truth finally comes out." She wiped her eyes angrily. I told her, "What if they're lying? What if this is a trap?" She said, "If it is, at least I'll know." Daniel's throat felt tight. The bravest decisions often looked like the most reckless ones. One last question lingered. "Lila, earlier you mentioned seeing someone near the trees when Emily left. Think carefully. Anything you remember, height, build, anything." Lila took a moment, eyes unfocused, replaying the night. "They were wearing a dark hoodie," she said slowly. "They stood very still, too still, like they were waiting. I couldn't see their face, but I had this feeling." "What feeling?" "Like they weren't a stranger," she whispered. "Like it was someone from town." Daniel felt that familiar knot tighten in his chest. Blackwater wasn't just a backdrop for this psychological thriller, it was a character, a living, breathing thing, holding decades of secrets under neat lawns and painted porches. Now, one girl's determination to uncover the truth had pulled everything loose, and somewhere out there, someone was willing to kill to keep those secrets buried. Daniel left the interview room slowly, his mind spinning like a machine with too many gears turning at once. Lila's last words lingered in his ears. It didn't feel like a stranger. It felt like someone from town. He walked down the hallway toward the bullpen where officers whispered in corners, the weight of a breaking crime mystery settling over the whole department. Maya caught up to him, reading his expression instantly. "Bad?" Daniel shook his head once. "Worse." He motioned for her to follow him into his office. He shut the door behind them and dropped into his chair, rubbing his temples. Maya waited. She never pushed him to talk first. Finally, he exhaled. She knew Maya. Emily knew she was walking into danger, and she still went. She thought she was going to uncover something about her father. Maya sat across from him, leaning forward. "So now we have 3 overlapping elements," she said. "Emily's father's death, the Night Stalker legend, and Raymond Hale's wrongful conviction. And all 3 lead back to the same place," Daniel murmured. "Harrington Mansion." A long silence stretched. Maya broke it quietly. "What now?" Daniel's voice was steady, but his eyes showed the storm behind them. "Now we retrace Emily's last night step by step." He opened a new file on the desk titled Timeline, Emily Carter, Final 24 Hours. It was still mostly blank. Daniel grabbed a pen. "Let's fill it." He wrote the first entry. 9:12 p.m. Emily arrives at Lakewood cabin party. Behavior, anxious, checking phone repeatedly. He looked at Maya. "Next." Maya flipped through Lila's statement. 9:46 p.m. Emily gets her first mysterious call. She steps outside alone. Daniel wrote it down. 10:22 p.m. Emily receives a second message. Returns inside visibly shaken. Tells Lila she must meet someone later. "Who?" Daniel muttered. "And why pull her out of a crowded place?" Maya continued. 11:38 p.m. The burner phone calls Emily. She leaves the party immediately. Daniel nodded, writing fast. 11:40 p.m. Jacob follows Emily, headlights off. 11:54 p.m. Jacob loses sight of Emily near Forest Route 9. Then Daniel tapped his pen against the paper. "After that, we know nothing for sure." Maya looked worried. What if something happened the moment she turned onto the forest road? Daniel shook his head slowly. This wasn't random, Maya. She didn't just disappear into thin air. Someone was waiting for her. Someone lured her out. Someone set a trap. He looked up, eyes dark. And that someone has been watching her for weeks. Maya opened her notebook, flipping to a page. I think we should talk to Emily's friend Priya again. She said Emily confided in her about something 2 days ago. Daniel nodded. Do it. Bring her in. Maya stood to leave, but Daniel stopped her. And Maya, tell her not to talk to anyone about this, not even her closest friends. We don't know who to trust. Maya nodded, understanding the seriousness. She left the room. Daniel sat back, staring at the timeline again. Every detail was a piece of a bigger puzzle. A puzzle someone in Blackwater didn't want solved. He glanced at the window. Outside, the town looked peaceful, too peaceful. A place people described as safe, quiet, boring. Yet here he was, unraveling a chain of crimes stretching back decades, each more twisted than the last. He whispered to himself, "What the hell were you chasing, Emily?" Priya Shah arrived 12 minutes later. Small frame, sharp eyes, the kind of student who remembered every detail and analyzed every word. Daniel gestured for her to sit. She did, fidgeting nervously. I told Maya everything already, she said. But if it helps find Emily, I'll say it again. Daniel spoke gently. When was the last time you talked to her? Thursday night, the day before she vanished. What did she say? Priya looked down at her hands. She was scared, really scared. I've never seen her like that. She told me she kept seeing someone outside her dorm, standing near the trees watching. She said she heard footsteps following her on campus, but every time she turned around, nobody was there. Daniel listened without interrupting. She also told me she went to the library archives, Priya continued. She was looking at the old Night Stalker case files. She didn't tell me everything, but she said she found a pattern, something everyone missed. What kind of pattern? Daniel asked. Priya shook her head. She said she'd explain everything once she confirmed it. She said she needed one more piece to connect it all. Daniel leaned forward. And did she find that piece? Priya nodded slowly. She got it the next day. She just texted me one sentence. I was right. I know the truth now. Daniel felt his pulse quicken. What truth? Priya's voice cracked. She didn't tell me. She said she had to meet someone first. She said it was about her father. Daniel's stomach twisted. What about her father? Priya hesitated, then whispered, She told me. She didn't think he died in an accident. Daniel froze. He had suspected this. Emily had suspected this, but hearing it from her close friend made it concrete. What did she say exactly? He asked quietly. Priya swallowed. She said she found something in one of his old storage boxes, a file. Something about the Night Stalker investigation. Something about a person he met before he died. Daniel leaned in further. Who? Priya shook her head. She wouldn't tell me. Did she say where she found the box? Yes, Priya whispered. In the attic of her house. Her mother didn't even know it was there. Daniel noted that immediately. Another lie hiding inside another family secret. Did she tell you anything else? He pressed. Priya nodded slowly. She said someone messaged her from a number she didn't recognize. The message said, Meet me at the mansion. I have what your father found. Daniel exhaled sharply. So she went because she thought she'd get answers about him. Yes, Priya whispered. She didn't trust the police. She didn't trust anyone. The words echoed painfully. Don't trust anyone, not even them. Daniel stared at the table for a moment, then looked up. Priya. Did Emily ever tell you who she suspected might have killed her father? Priya hesitated. She looked terrified to even speak the words. I think, she whispered, I think she believed it was someone powerful. Someone from Blackwater. Someone everyone trusted. Daniel felt something cold settle inside him. Someone everyone trusted. That narrowed the suspect pool in the most disturbing way possible. Maya met Daniel outside his office. "How was she?" Maya asked softly. "Terrified, and holding pieces we didn't have before." Maya nodded. "Then this might help too." She handed him another file. "What's this?" Daniel asked. "Security footage from the Lakewood cabin extracted by IT." Daniel opened the laptop beside them and played the file. The cabin yard appeared, people laughing, music playing in the background. Emily walked into view. She wasn't smiling. She wasn't talking, just walking across the yard, phone in hand. She looked over her shoulder once, then again, then again. Maya whispered. She knew she was being watched. Then the moment that made Daniel's stomach clench, a shadow moved in the tree line behind her. Not a full figure, just a silhouette between trees, but unmistakably a person, tall, still, watching. Emily paused, staring into the dark, as if she sensed something. Or someone. Then she turned and walked quickly toward the driveway. Daniel leaned closer to the screen. "Pause there." Maya paused the video. Behind Emily, barely visible in the dark, two faint glimmers. Eyes, reflecting the cabin lights, watching her. Maya whispered, "Oh my God." Daniel stared at the frozen frame, his entire body tense. "That's not a coincidence. Whoever was there came for her." "And waited," Maya added, voice low. Daniel played the video again. Emily reached her car. She opened the door, hesitated for a second, and looked back one last time at the tree line. Then she drove away. As soon as her car disappeared from the frame, the shadow moved, quick, deliberate, following her. Daniel whispered. He wasn't just following her that night. He was hunting her. Maya looked at him, voice trembling slightly. "Detective, do you think the same person who killed those people years ago, the Night Stalker, do you think he's back?" Daniel stared at the dark figure in the video, the silhouette blending into the woods. "I think he never left," he said quietly, and Emily Carter found something he couldn't let anyone else see. Maya swallowed hard. "So what do we do now?" Daniel shut the laptop, his voice calm but cold. "Now we find out what Emily discovered." He looked toward the evidence board where Emily's picture stared back at him. "And we find the one person in Blackwater who didn't want her to live long enough to tell the truth." Outside the station, a figure stood across the street, hood up, head slightly turned toward the building, watching, listening, waiting. The shadow whispered under their breath, "She's close, but he's closer." And slowly, the figure walked back into the darkness. Here we go, continuing smoothly. The day wore on, but it felt like time wasn't moving at all. Blackwater stayed gray, like the sky couldn't decide whether to rain or just hang there, heavy and waiting. A perfect backdrop for a crime mystery story that nobody wanted to believe was happening in their quiet little town. Daniel stood in front of the Carter house, staring at the front door for a moment before knocking. He'd been here before, once during the initial statement, once to collect Emily's photos, but this visit was different. This time he wasn't just a detective, he was a man walking into a house of ghosts. The door opened slowly. Margaret Carter looked older than she had the previous day. Her face showed the kind of exhaustion that doesn't come from lack of sleep, but from too much pain. "Detective Ross," she said softly, Did you find something?" Daniel gave a small shake of his head. "Not yet, but we're closer. I need to look through Emily's things." especially anything related to her father. Margaret stiffened almost imperceptibly at the mention of her husband. Her father? Yes, we have reason to believe, Daniel said gently, that whatever Emily was investigating might be connected to him. Margaret looked away, her lips tightening. "Come in," she whispered. The living room felt like it hadn't changed in years. Framed photos on the wall, Emily as a child, Emily with her father, Emily at graduation. Smiles frozen in time. A life paused. Daniel's eyes rested on one photo in particular. Emily sitting on her father's shoulders laughing, his hand holding hers like he'd never let go. He was gone now, and she might be too. "Her room is upstairs," Margaret said. "Second door on the right. I haven't touched anything." "Thank you," Daniel replied softly. "I might need to ask you some questions afterward." She nodded weakly and sank onto the sofa, staring at nothing. Daniel went upstairs. Emily's room was small and neat, bed half made, books stacked, a laptop on the desk, notes pinned to the wall, quotes, study reminders, and a small sticky note that caught his eye. "Some truths are louder in the dark." He took a slow breath. She really had been chasing something that had swallowed her. He started at the desk, notebooks, highlighters. A folder labeled Research Project. Inside were printouts of old news articles. Local child murder still haunts Blackwater. Mental patient convicted in brutal crime. Raymond Hale sentenced to life in prison. There were handwritten notes in the margins. No physical evidence. Police forced confession? Same region. Forest route, Harrington area. On another page she'd written, "Why seal certain records? Who are they protecting?" Daniel scanned the pages, his brows drawing together. Emily had done more than just read about the case. She'd dissected it. He turned the next printout, an old article about her father. "Local volunteer dies in car accident." No mention of foul play, no mention of connection to any case. Just simple, clean, and completely empty of the truth. Emily's handwriting covered the bottom margin. "He was working on something. Mom said he was stressed. Why no follow-up? Who closed it this fast?" Daniel closed the folder and looked toward the ceiling. Priya had said Emily found a box in the attic. Attic. He stepped back into the hall and pulled down the wooden ladder. The attic smelled like dust and old wood. A single light bulb hung from the center, swinging slightly in the draft. Boxes were stacked in the corners, holiday decor, old clothes, forgotten memories, and one box shoved halfway under a beam marked with black marker. AC, personal files. Daniel crouched and slid it out carefully. He opened the lid. Inside, folders tied with string labeled in neat handwriting. He recognized the pattern immediately. Her father had organized these like a detective would. He picked up the first one. Volunteer work, homeless shelter, community events. The second, complaints filed, town issues, noise, harassment. The third made his pulse slow for a moment. Incident log, Harrington property. He opened it. Inside were dated entries. Each entry described small things, things that alone might not matter, but together painted a darker picture. March 12th, lights on in abandoned mansion at 2 a.m., unknown car outside, reported to sheriff, no follow-up. April 7th, screams heard by 2 hikers near Old Well. Deputies responded, found nothing. May 19th, teenager claimed someone in a mask chased him near Harrington Woods. Case dismissed as prank. At the bottom of the page, underlined, "Why so many reports dismissed? Who is shutting these down?" Daniel flipped the page. Another document clipped to the back. It wasn't handwritten. It was a printed internal memo. From Deputy Chief Harlan Briggs. To Andrew Carter, regarding your repeated interest in the Harrington property and the Raymond Hale case, I strongly recommend you drop this pursuit. You are a volunteer, not an investigator. Continuing to stir up closed matters will cause unnecessary panic and damage to Blackwater's reputation. Underneath, Andrew had written, "Told to stop, told to stay quiet. Why?" The final page in the file wasn't dated. It was just one line in his father's handwriting. "If anything happens to me, it wasn't an accident." Daniel stared at the sentence for a long time. The air felt heavy in his lungs. He whispered, almost to himself, "Emily, what did you see that I still haven't?" It wasn't hard to imagine her up here, sitting cross-legged on the dusty floor, reading these same words, feeling the same chill. Only she didn't walk away. She followed them, back into the dark. He placed everything back in the box carefully, then picked it up and climbed down the attic ladder. Margaret was still on the sofa when he came downstairs. She looked up, eyes tired. "Did you find what you were looking for?" Daniel sat in front of her, setting the box on the coffee table. "I found something Emily found," he said softly. "And something your husband was trying to tell someone before he died." Margaret's eyes immediately filled. "I told him," she whispered. "I told him to leave it alone. He wasn't a detective. He was just trying to help, always trying to help. And then..." Her voice broke. Daniel spoke gently. "Mrs. Carter, did you ever see this box before Emily found it?" She shook her head. "I thought, after the accident, they gave back everything. His wallet, his watch, his clothes. I didn't know he'd kept records. He never told me. Maybe he was trying to protect us. Did he ever mention Raymond Hale to you?" Margaret nodded slowly. "Once. He came home upset. Said they locked up the wrong man. Said the real monster was still out there. I told him to go to the police. He said he tried, but they wouldn't listen." "Who wouldn't listen?" She took a moment. "What I'm about to say, and I shouldn't. But after everything..." She met Daniel's eyes. "He said someone inside the department was involved. That certain cases were being shut down on purpose." Daniel felt a cold jolt run through him. "Did he say who?" Margaret hesitated, and fear flickering across her face. "He never said a name, but he said, 'It's someone everyone trusts.' Someone everyone trusts." The same phrase again and again. Emily had heard it, her father had felt it, and Daniel was now standing in the center of it. He stood up slowly. "Mrs. Carter, I'm going to take this box with me. It may be the key to finding Emily." Margaret nodded. "Take whatever you need, just bring her back." Daniel paused. "There's one more thing," he said. "The night Emily disappeared, did you get any strange calls, any unknown numbers?" Margaret frowned, thinking. "No calls, just..." She stopped. "Just what?" he asked. "A knock," she whispered. "Around midnight. I went to the door, but when I opened it, nobody was there. I thought it was kids playing a prank." "Did you check outside?" "I looked. There was nothing." Nothing to her. But in Daniel's mind, he could see it clearly. Someone standing just outside, watching the house. Maybe watching Margaret. Maybe making sure Emily didn't come back. Maybe enjoying the fear. He picked up the box and headed to the door. As he stepped outside, the wind cut across his face, carrying the scent of pine and rain. He looked at the quiet street, nice houses, clean lawns, cars parked neatly. On the surface, this town looked like any small American community. Underneath, it was a psychological thriller waiting to be solved. He whispered under his breath, "Someone in Blackwater has been doing this for a long time." He got into his car and drove, not back to the station, not yet. He had one more stop. As he turned onto the main road, the sign for Forest Route 9 appeared on his right. He slowed. The memory of Emily's car parked there. Door open, phone gone, haunted the back of his mind. He pulled over and stepped out. The air here felt different. He walked slowly toward the tree line, looking around. Most people would see nothing, but Daniel had learned to look for things that didn't belong. A broken branch, bent grass, a soda can slightly buried in the dirt. And then further toward the trees, something else. Faint impressions in the earth. Footprints, not just one set. Two, one smaller, one larger. He crouched. The smaller ones led toward the forest. The larger ones followed. His chest tightened. Emily, he murmured. Whatever happened here? She didn't walk into the woods alone, and whoever followed her wasn't done yet. Not with her, not with this town, not with him. He turned back toward his car, feeling a presence in the woods behind him. He didn't look back, but if he had, he might have noticed the faint shape between the trees, still, silent, watching. The shadows smiled faintly to themselves. Almost there, they whispered. Almost. The next morning came with a strange kind of silence, not peaceful, but expectant, as if Blackwater itself was waiting to see what Daniel Ross would uncover next. He stood over the evidence board in his office. Photos pinned everywhere. Strings connecting timelines. Handwritten notes layered with questions that still had no answers. Emily Carter's face stared back at him. So did the old missing person victims from 15 years ago. And the old newspaper clipping of Raymond Hale being dragged out of court. All separate cases, all closed, all forgotten. But now, they didn't feel separate anymore. They felt like fractures of the same bone. Something or someone, Borgstam, had been breaking Blackwater slowly for years. And nobody noticed. Maya walked in holding a cup of coffee. "You didn't go home, did you?" Daniel didn't look away from the board. Couldn't. Maya set the coffee in front of him. "We're never solving this if you collapse from exhaustion." Daniel cracked a faint smile, barely there. "Exhaustion is the least of our problems." Maya leaned beside him, eyes scanning the board. "We're missing something," she murmured. "Something obvious, something right in front of us." Emily found a connection. Her father found it too. Before he died, Daniel nodded slowly. "We need to see the old cases. All of them. Not the cleaned-up reports. The original files, every missing person, every unsolved crime." Maya frowned. "Detective, some of those are sealed." Daniel gave her a sideways glance. "And since when do we care about sealed when a 19-year-old girl is missing?" She didn't argue. She walked out to get the files. Daniel kept staring at the board. 3 missing victims had vanished on this same road. 3 families still had no answers. 3 cases labeled insufficient evidence. He whispered quietly, "Not insufficient, ignored." A knock interrupted his thoughts. A tall man stepped in. Thin gray hair, stiff posture. Sheriff Dalton. Daniel straightened immediately. Dalton was the top authority in Blackwater. Calm, respected, trusted, a man people believed in. But today, his expression was unreadable. "Ross, I heard you reopened the Harrington Mansion property as a crime scene." Daniel nodded. "Yes, sir." "Without notifying me first?" Daniel held the sheriff's gaze. "Time was critical. We had a possible suspect on site, evidence that Emily was there recently, and surveillance photos taken inside the mansion." Dalton's jaw tightened. "You entered a private property without a warrant." Daniel's eyes didn't flicker. "I had probable cause. A missing girl's phone case was found inside, and fresh footprints." Dalton stared at him for a moment, then he exhaled sharply. "You're chasing ghosts, Ross. Ghosts that were put to rest a long time ago. Daniel felt something cold twist inside him. Was this the same pushback Emily's father got? "Sir," Daniel said carefully, "someone stalked Emily. Someone took photos of her. Someone led her to that mansion, whoever it is." Dalton cut him off. "Drop the theories, drop the old cases, focus on what's in front of you." Daniel's voice sharpened. "What's in front of me is a 19-year-old girl who might still be alive, and a pattern of crimes this department ignored for years." Dalton's face changed, just slightly. Annoyance? Frustration? Something else? He stepped closer. "Be careful, Ross," he said softly. "Blackwater doesn't need old wounds reopened." Daniel held his ground. "And Emily's mother doesn't need a coffin." Dalton's eyes flickered with something dark. Then he turned to leave. Before he exited, he paused in the doorway. "One more thing," he said quietly without turning. "These old cases, they're old for a reason. Don't dig too deep. Sometimes the truth only hurts people." Daniel stared at the closed door long after Dalton left, not because of the warning, but because of how familiar it sounded. Emily's father had written the same thing in his notes. Warned to stop, told to stay quiet. And now, Daniel was being told the same. Maya returned with a large cardboard box. "You're not going to like this," she said. Daniel opened the box. Inside were the old case files, except they weren't files. Most were empty. Some pages ripped out, some names blacked out, some entire folders missing. Maya folded her arms, frustrated. "This is insane. Who empties official case files? Who removes evidence from police archives?" Daniel didn't answer. He didn't have to. There were only two types of people who could do that: someone with power, or someone protected by power. He flipped open the oldest file. The first disappearance 15 years ago. A boy named Lucas Hale. No relation to Raymond Hale. But the same last name twisted Daniel's stomach anyway. He read the report. Found missing Friday night. Shoes found near the lake. No struggle, no signs of foul play, case closed. Maya leaned over his shoulder. "That's it? That's all they wrote?" Daniel nodded grimly. Too clean, too simple, too convenient. He opened the second file. A young woman, Bethany Cole. Disappeared exactly 1 year later. Same road, same pattern, same empty report. Third file, Michael Jeffers, gone without a trace. All 3 cases were wiped clean the same way. Maya whispered, "This looks like someone wanted them unsolved." Daniel didn't respond. He was reading something else. The bottom of each file had a signature. The approving officer. Daniel felt his pulse slow, because the signature was the same on all 3 cases. Deputy Chief Harlan Briggs. Emily's father had the same name in his notes. He'd written, "Why is he shutting these cases down?" Daniel sat back in his chair. Emily's father was right, he murmured. These cases didn't die on their own. Someone killed them. Maya bit her lip. "And now Emily is tangled in the same mess." Daniel nodded. "She didn't just find a pattern, she found a trail someone spent years covering up." "But why her father?" Maya asked. "Why warn him? Why scare him? Why kill him?" Daniel looked at the signatures again. Because he was asking questions nobody else dared to ask. He flipped to the last page. Something fell out. A police memo. A short one. Blackwater PD internal directive. To all officers. All mentions of Night Stalker pattern are to be discontinued. Case deemed closed. No further investigation required. Signed again. Harlan Briggs. Maya exhaled sharply. So the Night Stalker case wasn't ignored, it was buried. Daniel nodded slowly. Yes, and whoever buried it, he tapped the signature, was inside the police department. For a long moment, they both sat in silence. The room felt heavier than ever. Daniel finally stood. "I'm going to talk to Briggs," he said. Maya stiffened. "Detective, that's dangerous. If he's involved, then I need to know." Maya hesitated. "Do you think he's the one who killed Emily's father?" Daniel didn't answer immediately. Then he whispered, "I think he knows more about Emily's father's death and Emily's disappearance than anyone else in this town." Maya exhaled. "Just be careful." Daniel placed the files into his bag, always. He left the office, walking out into the sunlight. He drove toward Briggs's house, a white, neat home with trimmed hedges and a flagpole in the yard. A place that screamed trustworthy, a place that hid something rotten beneath the paint. As Daniel parked, he noticed something strange. Briggs's car wasn't in the driveway, but the front door was wide open. Daniel stepped out cautiously. "Briggs?" Silence. He approached the door slowly. The hinges creaked as he pushed it wider. Inside, the living room was a mess. Furniture overturned, papers scattered, a lamp smashed on the floor, a sign of struggle, a violent struggle. Daniel stepped inside slowly, pulse beating in his ears. "Briggs?" he called again. No answer. He walked deeper into the house, and then he saw it. Briggs's phone lying on the floor, still active. A message on the screen. Daniel crouched and read it. The message simply said, "You should have stayed quiet." At that exact moment, Daniel heard a soft noise behind him. Not a creak, not a breath, a whisper. He turned instantly. No one, just the cold air moving through the open door. But he knew what that meant. Whoever had been watching Emily, whoever had been inside the mansion, whoever had been texting that burner phone, whoever stalked Daniel, had just been inside this house. And they wanted Briggs silenced. Daniel stood there, the message still glowing on the phone screen. He whispered, "You were right, Emily. Someone in this town doesn't want the truth coming out. And somewhere in Blackwater." A shadow slipped between two houses, moving fast, breathing calm, whispering again. "Too close. He's getting too close." The Briggs house felt wrong the moment Daniel stepped farther inside, as if the walls were still vibrating from whatever violence had happened here minutes, maybe seconds, before he arrived. He scanned the living room again. A picture frame crooked on the wall. Coffee spilled across the table. Briggs's badge tossed on the floor like someone had ripped it from his chest. A chair overturned with force. This wasn't a robbery, this wasn't random, this was silencing. Daniel kneeled and picked up Briggs's phone again. The last message glowed like a threat carved into glass. "You should have stayed quiet," he whispered. "Briggs, what the hell did you know?" A distant thump jolted him. He stood still, listening. Another thump, this time from the hallway. Daniel's hand went to his gun. "Briggs?" he called, though he already knew the answer. No one replied. He moved down the hall, footsteps silent. The hallway was dim, blinds half closed, letting in narrow lines of pale morning light. Dust floated in the air. At the end of the hall, a door was cracked open. The thumping sound stopped. Daniel pushed it open slowly and froze. Deputy Chief Briggs lay slumped against the far wall, blood dripping down from a cut on his forehead, hands tied behind his back with zip ties. His breathing was shallow, panicked, eyes wide and glassy. He was alive, barely. Daniel rushed to him. "Briggs, can you hear me?" Briggs's lips trembled. "Ross, don't be here." "Who did this?" Daniel asked, cutting the zip ties quickly. Briggs coughed, shaking his head. "You shouldn't have come. They're watching." Daniel's tone hardened. "Who's watching?" Briggs blinked slowly, the fear in his eyes almost childlike. "You don't understand," he whispered. "It's not one person. It's never been just one." Daniel's heart dropped. "What do you mean?" Briggs struggled to breathe. "There were more. More than one case. More than the 3 you saw. There were others we never logged." "Logged?" Daniel repeated. "Briggs, are you telling me someone inside our department erased reports?" Briggs's head tilted back, eyes closing briefly. "Not erased," he whispered. "Moved, hidden, buried, same person, always the same person." Daniel leaned closer. "Who? Give me a name." Before Briggs could answer, he stiffened suddenly, eyes going wide as if he'd just remembered something horrifying. "Don't trust," his voice cut off. Daniel shook him gently. "Briggs, stay with me." But Briggs wasn't looking at him anymore. His eyes were fixed behind Daniel. Daniel turned instantly, but the hallway was empty. He stood slowly. Nothing. No figure, no movement, just silence. But Daniel felt it, a prickle at the back of his neck. A cold breath down his spine. Someone had been there, watching, listening. And they left the moment Daniel turned. He cursed under his breath and grabbed his phone. "Maya, Briggs is alive but unconscious. He's injured. Get EMS and 2 units here now." "On my way," Maya responded immediately. Daniel hung up and turned back toward Briggs, and froze again, because now something new lay on the floor next to Briggs, a small folded paper. Daniel hadn't seen it before. It wasn't there when he first entered, which meant someone had just dropped it. Right behind him. He picked it up carefully, unfolded it. 6 words stared back at him. Words he'd seen once before. "Don't trust anyone, not even them." The exact same handwriting as the note found in Emily's car. Daniel felt his breath catch. This wasn't a warning to Emily. This was a message to both of them. Someone wanted to control the narrative. Someone wanted to keep them confused. Someone wanted to remind them, "You're not in charge here. I am." Maya and the EMS team arrived minutes later. Briggs was rushed out, unconscious but alive. Maya's eyes widened when she saw the ransacked house. "What the hell happened here?" Daniel shook his head. "He was attacked, and whoever did it was here while I was here." Maya's face paled. "You're saying they were in the house with you?" "Yes. Close enough to leave this." He handed her the note. Maya's hands trembled slightly. "Detective, this handwriting, it's the same as Emily's note." "I know," Maya swallowed. "But why threaten Briggs and Emily with the same message?" Daniel didn't answer. Not because he didn't know, but because the truth forming in his mind was darker than he wanted to admit. He looked at the note again. It wasn't written like a threat. It was written like a command, a reminder, a rule. Don't trust anyone, not even them. Meaning, don't trust the police, don't trust friends, don't trust family, don't trust authority, don't trust the people closest to you. Maya stared at Daniel. "What now?" Daniel's voice was low. "Now we find the others." Briggs mentioned more cases that weren't logged. That means there are victims we don't know about. Maya nodded. "I'll scan the disappearance database. Look for missing persons who never had files opened." Daniel grabbed his coat. "Good, and I'll talk to the one person who knew Emily better than anyone." "Who?" Daniel's eyes darkened. "Her therapist." The office of Dr. Evelyn Hart sat on the 2nd floor of an old brick building overlooking Blackwater's main street, a place where people came to fix their minds, and sometimes revealed truths buried deeper than the town's lies. Dr. Hart greeted Daniel with a professional smile, sharp, observant, trained to read people in seconds. "Detective Ross, I was wondering when you'd come." Daniel blinked. "You were expecting me?" She motioned him inside. When a patient disappears under suspicious circumstances, law enforcement usually arrives sooner or later. Daniel sat across from her. I need to know everything Emily told you, every fear, every suspicion, every secret she shared. Dr. Hart's expression didn't change. I can't break confidentiality, Detective. Daniel stared at her. You can, if withholding information could save her life. She folded her hands. Emily Carter was anxious, hypervigilant. She believed someone was following her. We already know that, Daniel said. What else? Dr. Hart studied him closely. You want the truth, or the version that won't compromise my license? Truth, Daniel said. She nodded. Emily was not paranoid, Detective. She wasn't imagining things. She was reacting to something real. Daniel leaned forward. Tell me. Dr. Hart lowered her voice. 2 weeks ago, Emily came to me with a theory. She believed someone had been killing people in Blackwater for years. She said her father discovered the same thing. She said every victim had been carefully chosen. She said the killer left no evidence because... She hesitated. Daniel's voice dropped. Because why? Dr. Hart said the words slowly. Because the killer works with someone who knows how to hide evidence. Daniel felt ice crawl across his skin. Someone inside the department. Dr. Hart continued. Emily believed her father wasn't the only one who died because he knew too much. She said the real danger wasn't the killer himself, but the person protecting him. Daniel whispered. Protecting him. Yes, Dr. Hart said quietly. Emily believed these crimes couldn't be committed by just one person. There had to be someone who cleaned up the mess. Someone with access. Daniel's voice softened. Access to what? Dr. Hart met his eyes. Police files, crime scenes, reports, evidence. Daniel's hands clenched. And Emily believed this because she found proof? Dr. Hart nodded once. She showed me something on her phone before deleting it. What was it? A list, Dr. Hart whispered. What kind of list? Names, dates, locations, all connected to disappearances, all connected to closed cases, all connected to the same area. Daniel swallowed hard. Harrington? Yes, Dr. Hart leaned back. And there was one more thing on that list. Daniel felt his heart pound. What? Her voice dropped to a whisper. A name she wouldn't show me. A name she said was the key to everything. Daniel's breath caught. Whose name? Dr. Hart looked at him carefully. I don't know. She wouldn't say it. She said she'd tell me after she confronted the person. Daniel's chest tightened. She confronted someone? Yes. When? The night of the party. Everything inside Daniel froze. She went to the mansion because she wasn't meeting a stranger. She was meeting someone she knew. Dr. Hart nodded slowly. Someone from Blackwater. Daniel stood up abruptly. I have to go. As he approached the door, Dr. Hart called after him. Detective? He paused. Be careful, she said softly. Emily said the same thing to me that she said to her mother, that she said to Jacob, that she said to Lila. Daniel turned back. What did she say? Dr. Hart's voice trembled. She said, if anything happens to me, don't believe the first story they tell you. Daniel left the office with a cold weight settling in his stomach. Emily had been surrounded by warnings, and nobody listened in time. As he stepped outside, the wind cut across his face. He walked toward his car and paused. Someone was watching him. A figure stood partially behind a brick pillar across the street. Still, silent. Daniel locked eyes with the shape. The figure didn't move, didn't run, just stood there, watching him with an unnatural calm. Daniel took one step toward the street. The figure slipped back behind the wall, gone in an instant. No sound, no footsteps, no trace. Daniel whispered, "You again." He got into his car, heart pounding. The watcher wasn't hiding anymore. He was circling, closing in, waiting for his moment. And Daniel knew with a chilling certainty. The deeper he went, the more dangerous this became, not just for him, but for anyone left in Blackwater who still knew the truth. Daniel sat in his car longer than he meant to, gripping the steering wheel, staring at the empty street where the shadow had disappeared moments ago. It wasn't just fear crawling under his skin, but it was recognition, a strange, instinctive recognition. Whoever that figure was, they moved like someone who knew Blackwater. Someone who understood which corners to fade into. Someone who wasn't improvising. Someone who had been doing this a long time. Daniel finally exhaled and pulled away from the curb. He needed air, space, a place where his head could make sense of the threads tying everything together. Emily's fear, her father's warning, Raymond's conviction, the Night Stalker cases, Briggs's attack, the erased files, and the figure following him in plain sight. He parked near the old train crossing, an empty spot where the town's noise faded and only the sound of the distant forest could be heard. He stepped out of the car, leaning against the hood, letting the quiet settle. He wasn't alone long. His phone buzzed. "Maya." "Detective, you need to get back here. Something came in." "What is it?" "A new missing person report." Daniel straightened instantly. "You're kidding." "I wish I was." "Who?" "Not who," Maya said quietly. "What?" Daniel froze. "What do you mean, what?" Maya inhaled sharply. "They found something in the woods, not a body, something else." Daniel's pulse quickened. "What did they find, Maya?" Her voice dropped to a whisper. "A shoelace, torn off. And Daniel, it's Emily's." The air around him seemed to collapse inward. "Where?" he asked softly. "Deep inside the forest. Near the ravine. Same general direction her footprints went from the road." He didn't waste another second. "I'm on my way." He drove fast, faster than he should have, but every second felt like it mattered. Every second Emily was missing felt like the town was holding in a breath, waiting for the moment it couldn't hold anymore. The forest looked different this morning, darker, heavier, as if it understood something terrible had been dragged through its belly. Yellow police tape marked a narrow trail where officers stood in small clusters, radios crackling low. Maya waved him over. "Over here." He followed her into the trees. Sunlight barely pierced the canopy and the ground was covered in layers of wet leaves. Officer Dean stood with gloves on, holding a small evidence bag. Inside, a single torn shoelace, pink, faded, Emily's. Daniel felt a slow, excruciating tension build in his chest. "Where exactly was this found?" Dean pointed toward a downward slope, about 20 feet down, near the creek. "Looks like it got caught on a branch." Daniel moved to the edge of the slope, kneeling, staring down into the undergrowth. The ground was disturbed, leaves displaced, branches broken, indentations in the mud, too deep to be just one person. Maya crouched beside him. "Looks like she was dragged," Daniel nodded slowly. "And someone dragged her deliberately, controlled, not rushed." Maya stared at him. "You think she was alive when she came through here?" Daniel didn't answer immediately. Then he said quietly, "Yes. She fought. Whoever took her struggled to keep her down." Maya swallowed. "Detective, if someone dragged her this far, there should be more signs, footprints. Blood, clothing, something." "There will be," Daniel whispered, "but they'll be scattered, hidden. Whoever did this took their time." He stood slowly, scanning the trees. Something was off. The forest wasn't silent, it was listening. He turned to Dean. Any sightings? Any reports? Anyone heard or seen anything unusual last night? Dean shook his head. Nothing. Just the shoelace. A hiker found it while looking for his dog. Daniel exhaled. Keep searching, spread out. Anything, I mean anything that looks out of place, bag it. Dean nodded and moved away. Maya touched Daniel's arm, her voice low. What's wrong? Daniel's eyes didn't leave the trees. He was here. Maya stiffened. You mean? Yes, Daniel whispered. The same one from the mansion. The one from the cabin footage. The one from Briggs's house. He moved through here. He dragged her through here. He knows these woods better than we do. Maya's voice trembled. You think he's local? Daniel didn't blink. I think he's been local his whole life. A bird cawed overhead. Leaves rustled. The forest seemed to flinch. Daniel turned to walk deeper into the woods. Maya hurried after him. Where are you going? To find the trail he took. Detective, he didn't stop. The forest doesn't swallow people whole, Maya. It leaves traces, always. He moved slowly, scanning the ground. Then he saw something, barely visible. A small indentation in the mud, too narrow for a man's boot, too shallow for a heavy step. Emily's shoe print, faint, almost gone, but still there. He followed. 1 step, 2 steps, prints spaced apart like she had tried to run but stumbled. Then, another print nearby, larger, deeper. Almost on top of hers, the hunter following the hunted. Maya whispered, "Oh my God." Daniel crouched again. Look at the pattern, the stride. He wasn't rushing, he was in control. Which means he's done this before, Daniel said softly. Maya covered her mouth. And if he's done it before, Daniel stood slowly. There are more victims out here. A long silence settled over them. Then Maya spoke again. Detective, you're shaking. Daniel didn't hide it. I know. Because in this exact moment he realized something he hadn't allowed himself to believe until now. Emily wasn't the first. She wasn't even the second. She was part of a chain that stretched years into Blackwater's past. A chain built by the same hands, the same pattern, the same darkness, the same mind. Maya whispered, "What now?" Daniel took a slow breath and stared deeper into the woods. We keep walking. He stepped forward. 1 step at a time. Maya followed him. The forest swallowed them both, watching, listening, waiting. And somewhere, far beyond the trees, a shadow moved silently between the trunks, unseen but very much aware of them. The whisper returned. Soft, confident, almost satisfied. Closer, closer. Then the woods fell silent again. By the time Daniel and Maya made it back to the station from the woods, the forest air was still in their lungs, cold, damp and heavy, with the feeling that something had been watching them the entire time. The fluorescent lights inside Blackwater PD felt too bright after the shadows of the trees. Too clean. Too artificial for the kind of dark crime mystery they were actually dealing with. Maya set the evidence bag with Emily's torn shoelace gently on the table, like placing a fragile piece of someone's life down where it could break. Daniel stared at it. Something inside him shifted. A line had been crossed. Until now, they'd been hoping this was still a missing person case, a kidnapping, an abduction where maybe, just maybe, the victim was still in one piece. But finding her shoelace deep in the forest, dragged along a hidden path, this wasn't just a disappearance anymore. This was the footprint of a predator. Maya's voice broke the silence. Detective, do you think he's keeping her alive? Daniel didn't answer right away. He couldn't. Because the truth was cruel. And people in his position learned very early that hope could be just as dangerous as fear. We have to act like she is, he finally said. As long as there's no body, there's a chance. Maya nodded, even though both of them knew that in cases like this, no body didn't always mean alive. Sometimes it meant the killer was just better at hiding his work. Daniel walked to the evidence board again. Emily's picture at the center. Around her, a storm of faces. The missing from 15 years ago. The victims from the old Night Stalker stories. Old headlines. Scribbled notes. He grabbed a red marker and drew a circle. "Okay," he said quietly, more to himself than to anyone else. "We stopped looking at these as separate cases. They're not separate. They never were." Maya joined him. "You think the same person is behind all of them," she said. "I don't think," Daniel replied. "I know." He pointed at the first victim. Lucas Hale. Vanished close to the lake. No struggle reported. Case dismissed as a runaway. He pointed at the second. Bethany Cole. Last seen near Forest Route 9. Shoes found. No signs of a fight. Case closed. Then the third. Michael Jeffers. Neighbors reported seeing a strange car near his home. Police didn't follow up. He drew a line connecting all three. "Now add Emily," he murmured. "Same stretch of land, same style, same silence." Maya frowned. "Same type of victim?" Daniel nodded. "Not age, not gender, not background, but something deeper." "What?" He stepped back, thinking. "What did Dr. Hart say?" he asked. "Emily believed the victims weren't random. They were chosen for their secrets." Maya thought back. She said the killer chooses people who are hiding something. People who feel guilty. People who would rather disappear quietly than have their secrets exposed. "Right," Daniel said. "And that tells us something important." Maya looked at him. "What?" "This isn't just about killing," Daniel said softly. "This is about control, punishment, power. He doesn't just attack. He stalks. He studies. He waits." He tapped Emily's photo. "He likes watching them crack before he finally takes them." Maya shuddered. "That's sick." "That's a serial pattern," Daniel replied. "And Blackwater never saw it, because someone made sure they didn't." He grabbed another stack of papers from his desk, printouts from missing person databases, hospital logs, 911 calls that never became official cases. "Look at this," he said. He laid them out on the table. Maya scanned through them, eyes widening. Multiple late-night disturbance calls near Forest Route 9. Reports of someone knocking on doors and disappearing. Someone standing outside windows. Heavy breathing over phone line. And all of them, closed with no follow-up. "Same years as the disappearances," Daniel said. "Same areas, same time frame." Maya looked up. Someone saw pieces of this pattern, but nobody connected them. "Or someone connected them," Daniel corrected, "and then buried it." She knew who he meant. Briggs. Maybe even more than Briggs. Maya chewed her lip. "You think the Night Stalker story the town tells, the ghost tale, the urban legend, it was just a smokescreen?" Daniel nodded. Every crime town can't explain turns into a ghost story eventually. It's easier to call it a legend than admit there's a real monster nobody stopped. Maya exhaled. "So, we're not chasing a legend anymore." "No," Daniel said. "We're chasing the man behind it." A knock came at the door. Officer Dean stepped in, holding a thin file. "Detective, I found something from old hospital records. It was buried in the general logs, not under any criminal investigation tag." Daniel raised an eyebrow. "That sounds promising." Dean handed him the file. "It's from the night Andrew Carter died." Emily's father. Daniel opened it quickly. Inside was a short emergency room report from 13 years ago. "Andrew Carter," he read aloud. "Brought in after single-car collision. Declared dead on arrival. Case ruled accidental, toxicology clean. No alcohol, no drugs. Nothing unusual until he got to the final note written by the attending physician. He read it twice. Possible signs of prior struggle before crash. Maya's eyes widened. What? He pointed at the line. Look, bruising on his wrists, minor skin damage on his knuckles, not consistent with seatbelt or airbag alone. Maya stared. You're saying he fought someone before the crash? Daniel nodded slowly. Or someone tried to restrain him. She shook her head. Then why wasn't this investigated as suspicious? Daniel's jaw tightened. Because someone didn't want it to be. He flipped the page. There at the bottom was a signature approving the accident classification. Harlan Briggs. Again, Maya's voice dropped. Emily was right. Her father didn't just have an accident, he was silenced. Daniel closed the file. And now the same person or the same circle are trying to silence her. Maya swallowed. A pattern of silent night attacks. Stalked victims. Covered cases, and now 2 Carters in the middle of it. Not just them, Daniel murmured. He drew another circle on the board, around all the names. All of them are connected by one thing. Maya frowned. What? They all got too close to a truth someone wanted dead. He turned back to her. And the first step to stopping someone like that is to understand them. You mean a profile? She asked. Daniel nodded. Get Dr. Hart in. She doesn't just know Emily, she knows this kind of predator. The more we understand his pattern, the less power he has. Maya nodded and moved toward the door. Before she left, she paused. Detective? Yeah? If he watches his victims before he takes them, and Briggs said it's not just one person, then... She hesitated. Then what if right now, someone's watching us? Daniel looked at the glass window of his office where his own reflection stared back at him. He thought of the figure in the street, the eyes in the woods, the footsteps in the mansion. He answered honestly, I'm counting on it. Because if the Night Stalker was watching, then somewhere he was also making mistakes, and every mistake, no matter how small, was another crack in the darkness. Another opening for the truth to finally get in. The call from Dr. Evelyn Hart came faster than Daniel expected. Barely 20 minutes after Maya left to bring her in, Daniel's office phone rang. Ross, he answered. Detective. It's Dr. Hart. I'm on my way, she said. But there's something you should know before I arrive. Daniel stiffened. What is it? There was a pause, too long for comfort. Someone broke into my office last night. Daniel straightened. Did you report it? Yes, she said, but nothing was taken. Nothing at all? No files? No devices? Nothing. Daniel frowned. So what makes you think it was related? Another long silence. Then, there was a smell, she said softly. A very faint one, like cologne. The same one Emily described during one of her sessions. The one she said she'd smell whenever she felt someone was near. Daniel's blood ran cold. A scent, a signature, a presence, a predator who left invisible marks. Get here, Daniel said, voice low, and come straight inside. Don't talk to anyone on the way. I understand. She hung up. Daniel put the phone down slowly. The serial pattern wasn't just emerging now. It had been here all along, moving under Blackwater's nose like a quiet shadow. Unnoticed by most, ignored by others, protected by a few. He turned back to the evidence board. A series of red lines connected the victims now. But one line, one missing connection, was starting to form at the back of his skull. The old cases, Emily's father, Emily herself, Briggs, those missing hospital details, the erased reports, the watcher in the woods, the note in the mansion, the shadow outside the police station. None of these felt random. They felt coordinated. Maya re-entered the room, breaking his spiral. Dr. Hart is parking now. She'll be up in a minute. Daniel nodded. Good. Because we need the psychological angle. We need to understand what type of killer spends years stalking multiple victims without slipping. Maya hesitated at the doorway. Detective, what if he didn't slip because he wasn't alone? Daniel looked at her. You think there were two killers? I'm starting to think, she whispered. There's one mastermind, and someone helping him, cleaning up messes, making sure nothing ties back. Daniel leaned against the table. The someone Emily mentioned, Maya nodded. And the someone everyone trusts her father feared. Daniel rubbed his jaw. Which means our suspect isn't just a lone wolf, he's part of something structured. Maya's eyes widened. You think this is a partnership? Possibly, Daniel said. One person does the watching and the taking. Another handles the aftermath, erased files, suppressed reports, wrongful arrests. Like Raymond Hale, Maya murmured. Daniel nodded. Exactly. Before they could continue, the knock came. Dr. Hart entered the office, eyes cautious, posture tense. Maya closed the door behind her. Dr. Hart looked around the room. The photos, the red strings, the weight of the space. You've been busy, she said quietly. Daniel gestured for her to sit. We need to profile him, Daniel said. Or them, whoever has been stalking these victims. Emily believed this person studied his targets, watched them, followed their guilt. Dr. Hart exhaled. She was right. He's methodical, intelligent, patient. This is no impulsive killer. This is a hunter. Maya leaned forward. Why choose these victims? They don't fit a type. On the surface, no, Dr. Hart replied. But their psychology does. Daniel narrowed his eyes. Explain. Every victim had something in common, she said. A secret, a mistake, something they didn't want exposed, a weakness he exploited. Maya asked, how would he know their secrets? Dr. Hart looked at Daniel. That depends. Secrets are only revealed to someone who's either close, she paused, or someone pretending to be. Daniel froze. Dr. Hart continued. Emily's father felt watched. Lucas Hale had a history of fights he hid. Bethany Cole had a shoplifting incident sealed from public record. Michael Jeffers had a restraining order filed against him that never became public. Daniel stared. These aren't random, Dr. Hart said. These are people someone researched. Daniel's chest tightened. So we're looking for someone with access. Yes, Dr. Hart nodded. Access to personal information, access to confidential files, access to victims' histories. Maya whispered, someone inside law enforcement. Daniel didn't blink. Or someone who used to be. Dr. Hart leaned closer. Emily believed the predator took pride in choosing victims based on their hidden flaws, then testing them emotionally before finally taking them. Testing them? Daniel asked. Yes, Dr. Hart said. He wants to see how they respond to pressure, fear, anxiety. He pushes them to their breaking point. He wants to feel emotionally connected to their unraveling. Maya swallowed. And Emily, Dr. Hart lowered her voice. He was fascinated by her. She was strong, determined, not as easy to break. That made her a challenge. Daniel felt something dark coil inside him. He didn't take her because she was vulnerable, Dr. Hart said quietly. He took her because she wasn't. Before Daniel could respond, the door burst open. Officer Dean stood there, breathing hard. Detective, something's happening. Daniel stood instantly. What? Dean swallowed. It's Briggs. Daniel frowned. He woke up? Dean shook his head. No, sir. He never made it to the hospital. Daniel stiffened. What do you mean? Dean looked at the floor. The ambulance. It never arrived. Maya's voice cracked. Never arrived? Dean, what are you saying? Dean's voice trembled. The paramedics who picked him up, they weren't real paramedics. Daniel froze, cold, still, breath stuck in his chest. Repeat that, he whispered. The vehicle was a fake. The uniforms were fake. They took Briggs and vanished. The real ambulance crew reported being blocked on the highway. Daniel felt the room shift around him. So whoever attacked Briggs, he whispered, came back to finish the job. Dean nodded. And detective, there's more. Daniel braced himself. They left something behind. What? Daniel asked. Dean held up a sealed evidence bag. Inside was a single folded note. Daniel opened it. Only 2 words were written inside. Next time. Maya staggered back. Dr. Hart covered her mouth. Daniel stared at the note, feeling ice settle into his veins. Next time. A warning, a promise, a reminder. Maya whispered. Detective, who is he talking to? Daniel closed the message slowly, and when he spoke, his voice was cold enough to silence the room. He's talking to me. The station felt colder than usual. Not the kind of cold that came from air conditioning, but the kind that seeped in under the skin. The kind that meant danger had stepped inside the building, brushed against the walls, and walked back out without anyone knowing. Daniel stood in the center of the room holding that note. Next time. It wasn't just a threat. It was an invitation, a game move, a signal that the killer was watching every step Daniel took, and enjoying it. Maya paced behind him, running her hands through her hair. This is insane, she muttered. He impersonated paramedics. He kidnapped a deputy chief from under our noses, and he left a note at our doorstep. He's toying with us, detective. Daniel didn't look up. That's the point, he said quietly. This isn't sloppy, this isn't rushed, this is personal. Maya stopped pacing. Personal? Against who? Against Briggs. Daniel slowly shook his head. No, Maya. Briggs was a liability. He talked. They silenced him. But this note, this next time, that's aimed at me. Maya swallowed. Why you? Daniel finally lifted his eyes to hers. Because I'm the first one who's actually threatening his pattern, the first one to see the connections, and predators don't like being seen. The door to the briefing room opened. Dr. Hart watched them both with calm, serious eyes. Detective Ross, she said, this isn't just taunting, this is escalation. Daniel nodded. I know. She stepped closer. A serial predator who feels cornered will either lash out or get bold. And bold is worse. Bold means confident. Maya frowned. So, what now? What's his next move? Dr. Hart answered first. He's watching whoever threatens the truth. Emily, her father, Briggs, and now Daniel. Maya's face paled. So he's watching the investigation itself. Daniel turned toward the evidence board. That means everything we're seeing. He knows we're seeing. Everything we're building, he's tracking. This isn't a killer hiding in the shadows. This is someone walking in daylight. Maya blinked. Someone who blends in. Someone local, Dr. Hart added. Daniel nodded. Someone who knows our movements. Someone who knows our procedures. Someone who can impersonate paramedics without raising suspicion. Maya froze at that. Detective, he didn't just fake a uniform, he intercepted a medical emergency. That means he has equipment, Daniel finished. Access, resources, planning. The room fell quiet. Then Maya whispered something neither of them wanted to think out loud. What if he works for the town? Or used to? A long silence. Daniel didn't dismiss it, because at this point nothing felt too far-fetched. He grabbed the marker and wrote on the board, "Profile. Male, likely. Local, lifelong resident. High intelligence. Access to town resources. Knows police procedures. Comfortable with disguises. Patient. Strategic. Takes pride in control. Deeply personal connection to pattern. Not working alone." Dr. Hart stepped closer. "There's something else." Daniel looked at her. "This isn't a typical serial killer. He's not driven by impulse or rage. His behavior is ritualistic, structured." "Meaning?" Maya asked. "Meaning he's solving something in his mind," Dr. Hart said softly. "A puzzle only he understands. His victims represent something." Emily wasn't just a choice. She was a necessary piece. Daniel swallowed. "A piece for what?" Dr. Hart shook her head. "I don't know. But she disrupted something delicate, and he reacted." Before anyone could respond, Officer Dean rushed into the room again, this time pale, sweating, breathless. "Detective, we have another problem." Daniel stiffened. "What now?" Dean held up a tablet. "It's the traffic camera feed from Route 9. Daniel walked over fast. Dean hit play. Nighttime footage, headlights in the dark. A car moving fast down the road, a familiar car. Daniel's stomach tightened. "That's Briggs's SUV, he whispered. Dean nodded. "Keep watching." The SUV passed the camera. 3 seconds later, another vehicle appeared, tall, box-shaped, white, a fake ambulance. Maya stared at the screen. He was right in front of them. They were following him before we even got there. Daniel leaned closer. Zoom. Dean zoomed in on the windshield. It was dark, but not dark enough. A silhouette sat behind the wheel, still, calm, focused. Then the figure did something that made everyone's blood freeze. It turned its head, not toward the road, toward the camera, toward them. The shadowed face tilted slightly, as if smiling. The screen flickered. Black. Dean swallowed. The feed cuts right there. Daniel stepped back, jaw tight. He didn't just follow Briggs. He let the camera see him. He wanted them to know. Maya whispered, "He's not hiding anymore." Dr. Hart added, "No. He's claiming territory." Daniel closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, something had hardened inside them, something cold, relentless. He turned toward the room. "We find out every place Emily went the week before she vanished. Every conversation, every phone call, every person she interacted with. Someone during that week wasn't random." Maya nodded, already grabbing a notebook. "And Briggs?" she asked quietly. "What do we do about him?" Daniel stared at the blank wall for a long moment. "We assume he's already gone," he said quietly, "and that whatever he tried to tell me will surface another way." Dr. Hart stepped forward. "Detective, you need to prepare yourself." "For what?" Daniel asked. "For the fact that the killer is escalating because he's getting closer to something he can't control." Daniel stared at the note again. "Next time." "He wants me to feel the pressure," Daniel murmured. "He wants me to chase him. He wants the game." Maya whispered, "So we play it?" Daniel slowly shook his head. "No." They looked at him confused. Daniel's voice dropped into something dark. "We don't play his game." A pause. "We end it." Before anyone could respond, the lights in the entire station flickered, dimmed, then went out. Darkness swallowed the room. Maya gasped. Dr. Hart's pulse spiked. And Daniel, he didn't move, because he already knew. This wasn't a power outage. This was a message. The killer had just cut the lights inside the police station. A whisper drifted through the hallway, not heard with the ears, but felt in the bones. "Now your turn." Darkness filled the entire Blackwater police station. Thick, suffocating, absolute. It wasn't the kind of darkness that came from a blown fuse. It was intentional, calculated, engineered. Daniel didn't move at first. He let the darkness settle, listened to the quiet hum beneath it, the building breathing, wires cooling, metal settling. Maya whispered somewhere to his left, "Detective, this isn't normal." "I know," Daniel murmured. The emergency backup lights flickered once, twice. Finally, a dim red glow filled the hallways, barely enough to see shapes, but enough to know they weren't alone. Officer Dean appeared at the doorway, flashlight in hand, voice trembling. "The generator didn't kick in. Someone disabled it manually. The whole basement is shut off." Daniel's jaw tightened. Of course it was. The killer wasn't hiding behind chaos. He was creating it. "Secure the exits," Daniel ordered. "Nobody leaves until we check every corner of this building." Dean nodded and rushed out. Dr. Hart stepped closer, her voice low, urgent. "Detective, this isn't just intimidation, this is dominance. He's showing you he can walk into your space, your safety, and make it vanish." Daniel stared into the dim hallway. "He wants us blind and off balance," Dr. Hart added. "Then let's start seeing in the dark," Daniel said softly. He pulled out his phone and switched on the flashlight. The thin beam cut through the red haze. Maya stepped closer. "Where do we even start?" Daniel didn't answer right away, because as the shadows shifted, as the red light glowed against every surface, a memory flashed in his mind. Raymond Hale, the man who had spent years rotting in prison for a crime he didn't commit. A man Emily's father had believed was innocent. A man whose case was the first thread Emily tugged on. Daniel inhaled slowly. "We start with the only person who survived this predator's work." Maya blinked. "Raymond Hale?" "Yes." Dr. Hart frowned. "But Raymond hasn't spoken to anyone in years. He refused every interview, every appeal, every legal visit." Daniel nodded. "And that's exactly why we need to talk to him." Maya hesitated. "You think he knows something?" "I think he saw something," Daniel said. "Something nobody believed, something they never let him say out loud." Dr. Hart folded her arms. "If Raymond was innocent, then the real killer watched all this unfold while he took the blame." Daniel's voice darkened. "And he let it happen." The implications cut through the room. A killer who wasn't just careful, he was patient. He was willing to let an innocent man rot to protect his own pattern. Maya stepped close to Daniel. "We need a court order to talk to Hale." Daniel shook his head. "No time." He took his coat. "We're going now." The drive to Blackwater Correctional Facility felt longer than usual. The sky hung heavy overhead, dark, swollen clouds threatening rain. The world itself seemed to brace for something terrible. Maya sat beside him in silence while Dr. Hart rode in the back seat, watching Daniel with quiet calculation. "You seem unsettled," she finally said. Daniel didn't look away from the road. "He took Briggs," he said softly. "He walked into the station. He cut the power. He wants me to know he's ahead." "And that bothers you?" she asked. Daniel's jaw tightened. "What bothers me," he said quietly, "is that he's right." Maya whispered, "We'll catch him. You know that." Daniel didn't respond. The prison lights appeared through the rain, a massive gray building surrounded by razor wire. Cold, sterile, forgotten. A fitting place for a forgotten prisoner. They checked in, went through security, walked the sterile corridors until a guard led them toward an interview room. "Raymond hasn't spoken in days," the guard said. "Barely eats. Doesn't look at people, you won't get much." Daniel didn't answer. He just stepped inside the small room. A single table, 2 chairs, a pane of reinforced glass. And on the other side, Raymond Hale. Gray hair, sunken cheeks, wrists still marked from old restraints, eyes empty from years of being silenced. Daniel sat. Raymond didn't look at him. Daniel cleared his throat. "Mr. Hale? My name is Detective Daniel Ross." No response. "I'm here about the case from 15 years ago." A flicker, barely a twitch in Raymond's left hand. Maya noticed too. Daniel continued quietly. "You were convicted for the murder of Eliza Grant, but the evidence was thin. There were inconsistencies, and Emily Carter..." Raymond flinched at the name. Daniel leaned forward. "You know her?" Raymond swallowed. Then slowly, painfully, he lifted his eyes. Daniel met them, dark, terrified, broken. Raymond's voice cracked, barely a whisper. "They took her, didn't they?" Maya gasped softly. Daniel steadied his tone. "Raymond, who took her?" Raymond shook his head, eyes filling with tears. "They always take the ones who look too closely." Daniel's heart pounded. "Who, Raymond, who took them?" Raymond stared at the table. "Them," he whispered. "It's never one, it's two. One who watches, one who cleans." Daniel stiffened. The exact theory they were forming. Raymond continued. "They choose people with secrets, people they can break. They follow them, test them, play with them." Dr. Hart leaned forward. "Raymond, who is they? Give us something." Raymond looked up slowly, tears sliding down his face. "You won't believe me," he whispered. "Nobody ever did." Daniel's voice was low, steady. "I will." Raymond gripped the edge of the table, knuckles white. "He was my friend," he choked out. "The man who took her, the man who framed me. He..." A sound cut him off. Metal clanged outside. Heavy footsteps. A shouted order. Then, thud. The entire room shook. Daniel shot to his feet. "What was that?" The guard's voice echoed faintly in the hall. "Lock down! Everyone stay!" His voice cut off. Lights flickered. Went out. For the second time that day, the world fell black. Raymond screamed. Maya grabbed Daniel's arm. Dr. Hart whispered, "No. No. No." And in the darkness, just outside the room, a soft, chilling sound echoed. Footsteps. Slow, calm, unhurried. Daniel whispered, "He's here." Raymond's voice cracked in terror. "You shouldn't have come." Another sound, the soft click of a metal latch sliding into place. Someone had locked them in, not to trap them, to isolate them. The footsteps stopped just at the door. A whisper seeped through the metal, not loud, not rushed, calm. "Detective." Daniel froze. "You're too late." A single slip of paper slid under the door. Daniel bent, picked it up. 4 words. "She's not alone now." Maya's breath hitched. Dr. Hart's hand covered her mouth. Raymond sobbed. And Daniel felt something inside him break. The killer wasn't just escalating, he was finishing something. And Emily Carter was now part of a larger, darker ritual. For a moment, nobody breathed. The interview room was swallowed in that tense, suffocating darkness. Not just the absence of light, but the presence of someone else. Someone so close Daniel could almost feel the chill of their breath through the door. Maya whispered, "Detective, he was in the prison with us. How is that possible?" Daniel didn't answer. Because the real question wasn't how. It was why. Why come here? Why now? Why let them hear his voice? Why slip that note under the door? She's not alone now. The meaning was simple and horrifying. Emily wasn't the only captive, or worse, she wasn't the only target. Daniel's grip tightened around the paper. Raymond sat trembling in the corner, his entire body shaking. When the emergency lights flickered back on seconds later, weak red glow leaking through the cracks, he looked up, terrified. "He came back," Raymond whispered. They said he would. They told me I'd see him again. Daniel moved to him quickly. Raymond, look at me. Who told you that? Who is he working with? Raymond's breathing turned quick and shallow. They come in pairs, he whispered. One watches, one cleans. They pick people with fragile hearts, people who hide things. The watcher takes them into the dark. The other one erases whatever's left. Maya frowned. Then what are we up against? A team? Raymond laughed bitterly, a broken sound. No, not a team, a tradition. Daniel's chest tightened. A tradition? Raymond nodded slowly. It's been passed down, one generation to the next. When one grows old, the next takes over. It's not random, it's deliberate. Maya stepped forward, shocked. Are you saying this town has a lineage of killers? Raymond nodded, tears spilling down. They hide in plain sight, they blend in. They choose someone in every generation who doesn't fit. Someone disposable, someone who won't be missed. And then, he pointed to his own chest. They chose me. Daniel inhaled sharply. You were the scapegoat. Raymond's voice cracked. I didn't kill anyone, but they needed someone to take the fall. Someone dumb, someone poor, someone nobody would defend. He looked at Daniel with haunted eyes. And the real ones kept going, Maya whispered. Oh my God. Daniel's hands curled into fists. He'd suspected corruption, maybe one rogue officer. But this, a generational predator, a ritual passed down, a pattern older than the Avery case, older than Raymond Hale, older than even Emily's father. This was something else, something monstrous. Footsteps echoed in the hallway again. Maya stiffened. Is that him? Daniel listened. No whispers, no slow, controlled cadence like before. These steps were faster, heavier, guard boots. The door swung open. 2 correctional officers rushed in, flashlights drawn. Detective Ross, are you all right? Daniel nodded, breath steadying. He was here, Daniel said, the one behind the disappearances. The officers exchanged bewildered looks. In the building? One asked. He cut the power, Daniel replied, locked us in, left a message. But that's impossible, the other guard whispered. All exits are guarded, nobody came through. Daniel stepped close, voice cold. You think a man who's been killing undetected for decades doesn't know how to walk through a building without being seen? The guard swallowed hard. We'll review every camera. Daniel shook his head. You won't find anything. Because the killer didn't leave evidence. He left messages. He left patterns. He left fear. And he left them exactly where he wanted Daniel to see them. Dr. Hart stepped toward Raymond's side. Mr. Hale, you said this is a tradition passed down. That means there's someone older, someone younger, someone active right now. Raymond nodded. The Watcher never works alone. He learns from someone, trains someone, then replaces someone. Daniel's voice dropped. Then we're looking for 2 people, Raymond whispered. No. Now you're looking for one. The other is gone. Maya blinked. Gone where? Raymond looked at Daniel. Dead. Daniel stiffened. How do you know that? Raymond laughed, a hollow, tragic sound. Because the one who framed me. He was older. He told me the night they arrested me that his work was done. He was passing the ritual down. Daniel leaned forward. To whom? Raymond exhaled, slow, shaky. To someone younger, someone he trusted, someone who'd watched him for years. He met Daniel's eyes, but I never saw his face. Only heard him speak behind the trees the night they took her. Maya tensed. They took who? Raymond's voice dropped to a whisper. Eliza Grant. Maya covered her mouth. Dr. Hart whispered, My God. Raymond grabbed Daniel's sleeve suddenly. His voice shot into panic. You don't get it, detective. You're not hunting one killer. You're hunting a family business. Daniel froze. A family, a bloodline, a legacy of predators. One generation teaches the next. One stalks, one silences, and in every era, someone innocent takes the blame. Raymond shook Daniel desperately. Emily found something in those old files, something her father found too. They weren't chasing a man, they were chasing a name. Daniel's pulse quickened. A name? Raymond nodded. A surname. Dr. Hart whispered, which one? Raymond opened his mouth, and the lights snapped back on. Full, blinding white floodlights. Everyone flinched. Raymond's eyes went wide, not from the light but from the sight behind Daniel. Daniel felt it too. A presence, a shift in the room. He turned. Someone stood outside the interview room's tiny window. A tall figure, face unseen, watching. Just watching. And then, the figure lifted a single-gloved hand. Two fingers tapped the glass. Tap, tap, a signal, a warning, a promise. Then the figure walked away. By the time Daniel burst out of the room, sprinting into the hallway, it was empty, gone. No footsteps, no doors opening, no shadows moving, just silence. Maya rushed out behind him. Detective, there's no one here. Daniel stared down the corridor, but he knew. The killer had been standing inches from him, not hiding, not afraid, not even running. Simply reminding him. You're close. But I'm closer. Daniel returned to the interview room. Raymond sat trembling, tears falling silently, chanting the same sentence over and over. I didn't kill her. I didn't kill her. I didn't kill her. Maya whispered. Detective, what do we do now? Daniel picked up the killer's last note again. She's not alone now. Emily wasn't the only victim anymore. Someone else was in the dark with her. Someone they hadn't found yet. Daniel's voice turned cold. Now, he said, we find the forgotten ones. Daniel didn't leave the prison immediately. He stood in the narrow hallway outside the interview room, hands on his hips, breathing slow, too slow, like he was forcing himself not to lose control. Maya stayed beside him, silent, waiting for his signal. Dr. Hart, shaken but composed, leaned against the wall. Even she knew they were in territory psychiatrists rarely dared to define. Raymond's words echoed through the corridor like a ghost refusing to leave. A tradition, a watcher, a cleaner, a surname. Maya finally spoke. Detective, what if Raymond's right? What if this isn't just one killer passing a pattern down, but an entire family tree, generations of predators? Daniel didn't look at her. He's right, he said softly. Maya frowned. You believe him? Daniel slowly nodded. Yes, because he knew the one thing only the killer and one victim would know. Maya blinked. What? Daniel turned, eyes dark. The phrase Emily wrote in her notes. Don't believe the first story they tell you. Raymond whispered the exact same words. The killer told him that. The same killer who warned Emily. Maya's breath caught. So the killer repeats his philosophy like a mantra. Dr. Hart's eyes sharpened. Psychopaths with rituals always do. It becomes their identity, something they pass on like inheritance. Daniel rubbed his jaw. So the Watcher has a successor? Dr. Hart nodded. And maybe had a predecessor. A chill moved through Maya. So how many are there? Dr. Hart didn't blink. One active Watcher, one cleaner, and one elder who may still be pulling strings, or whose influence still shapes the pattern. Maya whispered. 3 generations. Daniel closed his eyes briefly. That meant the killer they were chasing was not a lone monster. He was an heir, and Blackwater had been feeding him victims for years. They escorted Raymond back to his cell, but before he stepped in, he grabbed Daniel's wrist one last time. His voice was barely air. "They won't let you find her." Daniel leaned closer. "Who won't?" Raymond shook his head, terrified. "Them. The ones who watch, the ones who listen, the ones who erase." He looked up with eyes full of 20 years of pain. "You're fighting a family, detective, and this town protects family." The guards pulled him gently into the cell. Raymond didn't resist. He just looked at Daniel through the bars, hollow, desperate. "Don't trust anyone wearing a badge," he whispered. "Not even the ones who seem clean." Daniel swallowed. That wasn't paranoia. That was experience. Outside the prison, rain began hammering the pavement, sharp, merciless drops that turned everything gray. Daniel leaned on the hood of the car, letting the downpour soak him, cool him, ground him. Maya stood under the open door. "You okay?" she asked. Daniel didn't move. "I'm thinking." "About what?" "How deep this goes," Daniel said quietly. "How far back? How many people helped bury the truth?" Maya stepped closer, letting the rain hit her too. "Detective, what if the surname Raymond mentioned? It's someone we know. Someone respected, someone we see every day." Daniel didn't deny it. "That's exactly what I'm afraid of." He looked at her then, really looked. "Maya, the killer is bold because he knows he's protected." "Protected by who?" Daniel exhaled. "That's the question." Dr. Hart joined them, umbrella forgotten at her side. "Detective Ross, Raymond's description of the tradition, it's rare, extremely rare. But when it exists, it usually comes from one type of family." Daniel looked at her. "What type?" "The kind with influence, money, roots in a town, a legacy. A history people whisper about but never question." Maya stared at Dr. Hart. "You're saying a power family in Blackwater is producing serial killers?" Dr. Hart nodded slowly. "And training them." Daniel rubbed his face, water dripping from his chin. He whispered, "Harrington." Maya's eyes widened. "The mansion, the files, the sightings, the old property complaints. Emily was called there. Her father investigated." Dr. Hart finished the sentence. "Because the Harrington family has been here longer than the town itself." Daniel nodded slowly. "And they've had everything. Money, influence, isolation, resources, land deep enough to hide anything, multiple generations." Maya covered her mouth. "So you think the surname Raymond was going to say—" Daniel cut her off. "We don't know yet, and we don't assume. But, Daniel said sharply, "we look at the facts." He held up fingers as rain streamed down his arm. 1. Emily was lured to Harrington Mansion. 2. Surveillance photos were taken from inside it. 3. Old crime reports were centered around the property. 4. Complaints involving the mansion were buried by Briggs. 5. The Night Stalker silhouette was seen on Harrington land 14 years ago. 6. Briggs told Emily's father to stop investigating the Harrington logs. 7. Emily's father wrote that the truth is inside the mansion. 8. Someone in that house last night escaped the moment we arrived. 9. The killer knew every inch of that property. Maya whispered, "Everything leads back to them." Dr. Hart added, "But Daniel, old families with deep secrets don't announce them. They protect them. They hide them. If Harrington is involved, then someone in that line is the watcher." Daniel nodded. "And someone else is the cleaner." Maya's voice trembled. "But detective, there's a problem." Daniel turned. "What problem?" Maya swallowed. "Harrington House burned down in 1998. Daniel froze. "So whoever's doing this done grew up after the fire." Maya nodded slowly. Which means the killer isn't the elder generation. Dr. Hart stepped forward. He's the inheritor. Daniel's heart tightened as the pieces sank into place. Emily wasn't hunting a ghost. She was hunting a legacy passed to someone born after the fire, someone who now walked among them, someone possibly young enough to blend in, someone who'd grown up hearing stories, instructions, expectations, someone who believed this was their birthright. Maya's voice was small. Detective, this could be anyone in the Harrington bloodline. Daniel said nothing. Because the truth was worse. In Blackwater, the Harrington bloodline wasn't just one family. It branched, split, married into others, changed names, spread roots across the whole town, and the killer could be carrying any one of those surnames now. A slow, devastating realization washed over Daniel. We're not just hunting a person, he whispered. We're hunting a descendant. Maya stared at him. So what do we do now? Daniel breathed out. We trace the Harrington family tree, all of it. Every branch, every surname change, every descendant still living in this town. Maya nodded. And then? Daniel's eyes hardened. Then we find the one hiding behind the new name. Because Emily Carter had uncovered a secret buried for generations, and someone took her to make sure that secret never surfaced. By the time Daniel and Maya got back to Blackwater, the rain had turned into a steady curtain, soft but relentless. The kind of rain that made everything look blurred around the edges, like the town itself was being smudged out. The Carter house lights were on. Again. Daniel stared at it from the car for a few seconds before getting out. Maya hesitated. Are you sure you want to do this now? She's already barely holding it together. She deserves the truth, Daniel said quietly. And I need answers her husband never got to tell her. They walked to the door. Margaret Carter opened it before Daniel could knock. Her face was drawn, as if the last few days had aged her years. Detective, she said, is there any news? The question hung there like a fragile thing. Daniel couldn't lie. Not yet, he said softly, but we're closer to understanding why this is happening. Margaret's eyes shimmered. Come in. The living room looked the same as before. Emily's photos, the soft lamplight, the mug on the table still stained from tea that had never been finished. Daniel sat across from her. Maya remained standing nearby, silent. Margaret folded her hands, forcing strength into her voice. What did you find out about my husband? Daniel didn't look away. Mrs. Carter, Andrew didn't die in a simple car accident. Her hands trembled slightly. I knew it, she whispered. I knew it. Nobody believed me. They said I was grieving, imagining things. You weren't, Daniel said. There were signs he fought someone before the crash. Old hospital notes hinted at it. Those notes were never followed up. Margaret's voice broke. Why? Why would anyone want to hurt him? Daniel exhaled slowly. Because he was looking into old crimes, and those crimes were connected to a powerful family in this town. Margaret shut her eyes. The Harringtons, she whispered. Daniel's chest tightened. How do you know that? She opened her eyes again, wet, red, full of a pain that had waited years to be heard. Because he told me once. Just once. The night before he died. Maya leaned forward. What did he say? Margaret stared at the floor. He said, if anything ever happens to me, it will be because I didn't stop asking questions about the Harrington land. She took a shaky breath. He said there were stories, things that never made it into the papers, people going missing near their property, people being threatened into staying silent. He was just a volunteer. He wasn't even a real officer. but he kept seeing the same name in the complaint logs. Which name? Daniel pressed. Not one name, Margaret said. A surname, Harrington, but not always obvious. Some had married out, some changed their last names. He said the family had roots in every corner of Blackwater. Maya and Daniel exchanged a look. Exactly what they just concluded. Margaret continued. I told him to drop it. We had a child, we had a life. I told him to let it go. He said he would. She let out a small, bitter laugh. But he didn't. And the next day, she didn't finish. She didn't need to. Daniel spoke gently. Emily found his files. She saw the same pattern he did. Margaret nodded slowly. She came to me a week ago. Asked if her father ever talked about the Harrington property. I panicked. I told her I didn't remember. I didn't want her going down that same path. I thought if I stayed quiet, she'd stay safe. Her voice cracked. I was wrong. Maya's eyes softened. You were trying to protect her. Margaret shook her head. I was trying to protect myself from losing someone else. Daniel leaned forward. Mrs. Carter, did you ever have any direct connection to the Harrington family? She froze. For the first time, a different kind of fear flashed in her eyes. Not grief, not shock, recognition. No, she said quickly. No, we didn't. Not really. Daniel waited. She looked down, twisting her fingers. My maiden name is Avery, she whispered. My mother was a Harrington before she married my father. Maya inhaled sharply. So you... Yes, Margaret said. I'm part of that bloodline. But we weren't the Mansion Harringtons, we were the forgotten branch. My mother cut ties with them after she got married. She said they were controlling, secretive. She never wanted us around them. Daniel's mind raced. So Emily is a Harrington descendant. Margaret's lips trembled. Yes, by blood, but never by choice. We never went to that house. We never took their money. We never attended their gatherings. We stayed away. But they didn't stay away, Daniel said softly. Margaret looked at him, confused. What do you mean? Emily was targeted, Daniel said. Not just because she was curious, not just because she dug into cold cases, but because her bloodline connects her to them. Maya added quietly, and your husband asked too many questions about the same family. Margaret whispered, they're punishing us. Daniel shook his head. No. They're doing what they've always done, protecting their pattern. He glanced at the framed photo of Emily and her father again. Your husband believed someone inside the department was helping bury these cases, he said. He wrote notes about Briggs, but there may have been others. Margaret nodded weakly. He mentioned one more name once. He said, it's not just Briggs. He answers to someone else. But he never said who. Just that it was someone everyone trusted. Those words again. Someone everyone trusted. The phrase had followed this case like a shadow. Maya took a step forward. Mrs. Carter, did anyone from the Harrington side ever try to contact Emily? Even once? Margaret hesitated. Yes, she whispered. Last year, a man came to the door, said he was distantly related. Said he'd heard Emily got into college. He offered to pay her tuition, said family should help family. Daniel's voice sharpened. Do you remember his name? Margaret swallowed. He said his last name wasn't Harrington anymore. But he mentioned it like a joke, like it was something he carried in secret. His first name? Daniel asked. She shut her eyes, trying to pull the memory out of a day she'd tried hard to forget. Caleb, she whispered. He said his name was Caleb. Maya frowned. Caleb what? Margaret shook her head. I don't remember, but he said he'd stop by again. Emily refused the offer. She told me, if they cut you off for marrying Dad, they don't get to buy their way back into my life. Daniel felt a slow, icy clarity slide into place. Did he come back? He asked. Margaret's voice dropped. Once. I saw him standing across the street one night, just watching the house. I closed the curtains. I told myself I imagined it, because if I admitted it was real, she broke. Then I'd have to admit they were watching us again. Daniel's heartbeat slowed, each thud heavy. A man named Caleb, with a changed surname, claiming Harrington blood, showing up out of nowhere, offering help, watching the house later. Maya whispered, "Detective, what if Caleb is the inheritor?" Dr. Hart's words echoed in his mind. A younger heir, an inheritor, raised on stories. Daniel stood slowly. "Mrs. Carter," he said, voice gentle but urgent, "if you remember anything else about him, where he said he lived, what he drove, where he worked, it could help us." She thought hard. He said he did logistics work, something with deliveries. He mentioned knowing all the back roads of Blackwater. He said he liked driving at night, said the town looked honest in the dark. A night driver, back roads, familiar with routes. Someone who could move an ambulance impersonator truck without attracting attention. A Night Stalker who understood the skeleton of Blackwater's roads. Daniel's voice turned quiet. "Thank you. That helps more than you know." He stood, but she caught his sleeve. "Detective." "Yes?" Her eyes were full of a different fear now, one deeper than losing a daughter. "Are you saying my family, my bloodline, did this?" Daniel chose his words carefully. "I'm saying someone from that line chose this, not you, not Emily, not your parents, but someone who believes their heritage gives them power over this town." Margaret looked at Emily's photo again. "If they hurt her because of something I was born into." Daniel cut in softly. "They hurt her because they were afraid of her. Afraid of what she was about to uncover. That's not weakness, Mrs. Carter." He held her gaze. "That's proof she was stronger than they expected." Margaret's tears finally fell. "Then promise me something," she whispered. "If you find them, don't just arrest them." Daniel's eyes darkened. "What do you want?" Her voice was quiet, sharp, final. "End them. End what they've been doing to this town so nobody else ever has to sit where I'm sitting." He nodded once. Inside him, something settled. Not just a case, not just a crime mystery, a mission. To break a legacy. To expose a bloodline of predators that believed they owned the dark. And somewhere in Blackwater, a man named Caleb walked past a mirror, saw his own reflection and smiled. Because he knew, the closer Detective Ross got, the more deadly the endgame would become. The drive back to the station felt different now. The town didn't just feel like it was hiding something, it felt owned by a name, by a bloodline, by a man who could walk up to a family he'd abandoned, offer money with a smile, and then watch them from the dark when they said no. Caleb, just a first name. But in a crime mystery like this, sometimes one name was enough to set everything on fire. Maya stared out the passenger window, raindrops racing each other down the glass. "Detective, you know what scares me the most?" Daniel kept his eyes on the road. "What?" "That this Caleb guy didn't rush it. He came once, offered money, backed away. He came again, just watched. That's not impulse, that's patience." "Patience is his weapon," Daniel said quietly. "It's how he chooses victims, tests them, sees who breaks." "And Emily didn't," Maya murmured. "Exactly," Daniel replied. "She told him no. She refused help. She dug into his family's secrets. She broke the pattern." Maya turned to him. "And he punished her for that. Daniel didn't answer. He didn't have to. They both knew. By the time they reached the station, the power was back to normal, but the building felt different, like the walls had heard everything that happened in the dark and decided to keep it. Inside his office, Daniel pinned a new note to the board. Caleb, night driver, logistics, possible Harrington descendant. Maya stood near the door, arms folded. So where do we start with just a first name and a maybe-related surname? Daniel stared at the board. With the one place that records everything people want to keep hidden, he said. Where's that? Maya asked. He turned to her. Town Hall. The Blackwater Town Hall was an old brick building that smelled like paper, dust, and old decisions. The clerk at the records office, an older woman with glasses on a chain and a permanent frown, looked up when they entered. You again, detective, she said. Let me guess, old property complaints? Or are you finally getting married and need a license? Worse, Daniel said flatly. Family trees. She rolled her eyes. Genealogy. People get bored in this town and start digging up Grandpa's secrets. Daniel leaned on the counter, voice steady. This isn't for a hobby. It's for a missing person investigation. We need everything you have on the Harrington family. Old deeds, marriage records, name changes, inheritance documents, all of it. Her expression changed. Not shock, caution. Why them? She asked. Maya spoke up. Because a girl is missing, because people have died, because old complaints connect to their land. The clerk swallowed. You're not the first one to come asking about them, you know. Daniel's eyes sharpened. Who else came? She hesitated. Years back. A volunteer from the precinct. Nice man, polite. Asked for the same things. Spent hours reading records. Daniel's chest tightened. Andrew Carter. She nodded slowly. Yes, that was his name. Then, one day, he stopped coming. Because he died, Daniel said quietly. The clerk's face softened. I heard. Terrible thing. Did anyone come after him? Daniel asked. Anyone else asking about the Harrington tree? She thought for a moment. Yes, she said finally. A girl, college-age, sweet, determined. Said she was working on a research project. Maya whispered, Emily. The clerk nodded. She focused on something specific, though. Not all the Harringtons, a branch that split away after some family dispute. She said those were the ones nobody paid attention to. Daniel leaned in. Do you remember the surname that branch changed to? The clerk adjusted her glasses as if bracing herself for saying it out loud. They took their mother's maiden name, I think. Some of them became Hales, some changed again. Some got married and became something else. But there was one name Emily kept circling in the records. Which one? Daniel asked. The clerk looked at him. Caldwell. Maya frowned. Caldwell? The clerk nodded. Yes. They weren't rich like the main Harringtons, but they owned trucks, storage units, old land near the industrial edge. One Caldwell boy used to joke that he was Harrington by blood, Caldwell by paperwork. Daniel could feel the puzzle snapping into sharper shape. Do you have a Caleb on record under that surname? She turned to the computer, fingers clacking the keys, scrolling through decades of buried files. Let's see. Caldwell family. Yes, here. 2 children registered to a Mark Caldwell. 1 daughter, Sarah. 1 son. She squinted. Caleb James Caldwell. Maya whispered. There he is. When Daniel asked, current address? The clerk frowned. No current residential listed, someone, but there's a business license. For what? Independent freight and logistics. Trucking routes. Night deliveries. Most routes centered around outer Blackwater and neighboring towns. A night driver with access to back roads. A man who knew how to move through shadows unnoticed. Daniel's voice turned colder. Does it list a company name? She nodded. Shadowline Logistics. Maya let out a disbelieving huff. You've got to be kidding me, Daniel muttered. Of course he'd name it that. The clerk went on. There's more. A permit for an old storage lot near the abandoned rail yard, registered under his business, last renewed 3 months ago. Daniel's focus sharpened. Print it, he said. Everything with his name on it. Every lot, every permit, every vehicle registration. As the printer hummed, Maya leaned closer. That storage lot, she said quietly. Detective, what if that's where he takes them? Daniel didn't say yes, he didn't have to. The thought hung there on its own. Minutes later, they stood outside the town hall, a thin folder in hand. The rain had slowed to a mist now, almost like the town wanted them to see what was coming next. Maya looked at the printed address. Edge of town, near the old rail yard and the closed warehouses. A place nobody checks, Daniel said. A place where heavy trucks come and go and nobody asks why. Maya exhaled. We need a warrant. We don't have time, Daniel replied. Emily might be there, or someone else, maybe both. Maya hesitated. If we go without a warrant and we're wrong. If we wait and we're right, Daniel said, we'll find bodies instead of people. The argument died there. She nodded once. Then we go. They started toward the car. But as they reached it, Daniel felt that now familiar sensation again. Eyes on them. He stopped, scanning. On the other side of the street, near a parked delivery truck, a man in a cap and dark jacket stood half-turned away. On his chest, a small logo. Shadowline Logistics. Maya saw him too. Detective. The man lifted a box, opened the back of the truck, and slid it in. Slow, casual. But his head tilted just enough to let Daniel see the side of his face. Youngish, clean-shaven, calm. Then he closed the truck, walked slowly around to the driver's side. He didn't run, didn't rush, didn't hide. He just glanced their way. Once, eyes meeting Daniel's. A hint of something like recognition, or amusement, or both. Then he got in the truck. The engine started. Maya's hand went to her gun. Is that... Daniel held up a hand. Not here, he said quietly. Not now. Not without proof. Not without backup. The truck pulled away from the curb. Not fast. Not panicked. Just steady, like the driver wasn't going anywhere in a hurry. Like he knew something they didn't. Maya swallowed. Detective, what if that was Caleb? Daniel watched the taillights fade into the rain haze distance. His voice was low. Oh, I'm sure it was. Maya turned to him. Then why didn't we stop him? Daniel's eyes stayed on the shrinking truck. Because he just told us where he's going. He lifted the folder with the printed address. And I want to see what he's so confident we won't find. Somewhere inside a moving Shadowline truck. A man drove with steady hands. Caleb's lips curled into a quiet, satisfied smile. Almost time, he murmured to himself. Let's see if you can keep up, detective. Daniel drove without speaking. Maya didn't push him. She knew that look, the rigid jaw, the fixed stare, the quiet breathing. It was the look of a man turning fear into calculation and anger into focus. The folder with Caleb James Caldwell printed on the cover sat between them like a live wire. The address, the abandoned rail yard, the old storage units, Shadowline Logistics. It all pointed to one place, one man, one bloodline. But Daniel knew better than to assume the predator was waiting in the open. Men like Caleb didn't wait. They prepared. The rain had slowed to a drizzle, the wipers making soft, steady strokes across the windshield as they approached the far edge of Blackwater, where the streetlights thinned and the town's facade dropped away. The rail yard rose from the ground like a rusted skeleton. Old tracks, old shadows, old memories. Maya whispered, "Detective, I don't like this." "I don't either," Daniel said. "But we're here." He stopped the car 200 feet away from the entrance, keeping distance, keeping darkness on their side. The yard was quiet, too quiet, a place that should have echoed with metal creaks and stray wind, but instead sat still as if listening. Maya leaned forward. "Is that a truck?" At the far end, half hidden behind stacked containers, a white delivery truck sat idling, exhaust rising slowly into the night air. Shadowline logistics. Daniel's pulse sharpened. "He beat us here," he murmured. "Or he wanted us to follow." Maya frowned. "That means he's inside?" Daniel didn't answer. He scanned the perimeter first, looking for footprints, tire marks, broken locks, anything. Nothing. The ground was too wet, the mud too mixed. Whoever came here was careful. They got out quietly. Maya drew her gun. Daniel didn't, not yet. He needed full focus, not the false comfort of cold steel in his hand. He needed to listen, to feel the space. The storage buildings loomed like giant tombs. Metal doors rusted, some padlocks broken long before today, others freshly replaced. "What number are we looking for?" Maya asked. Daniel checked the folder. "Unit 17. They moved closer. Unit 12, Unit 13, Unit 14. The yard stayed silent. Even the wind avoided this place. As they reached Unit 16, Maya stopped. Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Detective." Daniel followed her line of sight. On the ground right in front of Unit 17, a shoe print, small, narrow, light, a woman's. Daniel knelt, tracing the edge of the print. "Emily," he whispered. Maya exhaled shakily. "Detective, if she was here." Daniel stood slowly. Then she fought. Because the print wasn't smooth, it had slid sideways, like she was pulled, dragged, forced inside. Daniel's heart pounded once hard. He reached for the metal latch on Unit 17, but froze. A faint sound came from inside, a soft rhythmic tapping. Tap, tap, tap. Maya tensed. "What is that?" Daniel listened. Not metal, not footsteps, something else. Tap, tap, tap. Maya whispered, "It sounds like..." "Dripping?" Daniel nodded. "Stay behind me." He lifted the latch. The lock was new, shiny, silver, recently installed. A game marker. A message. "You're following the right trail." Daniel drew a deep breath and yanked the door upward. Darkness swallowed the unit. A single naked bulb flickered overhead, weak, dying, buzzing softly. They stepped inside. The smell hit first. Not death, not rot, something stranger. Bleach, plastic, old wood, and something metallic beneath it. Maya aimed her light. The beam cut through the gloom. Then she gasped. "Detective!" In the center of the storage unit stood a wooden chair, bolted to the concrete floor. Leather restraints dangled from its arms. The seat was scratched, worn, marked by years of use. A dark stain soaked into the floor beneath it. Drip, drip, drip. A small leak from a rusted pipe overhead kept landing on the puddle, making the tapping sound they'd heard. Maya whispered, "Oh my God, but this is where he brings them." Daniel didn't move. His pulse was steady, too steady. Because this wasn't fear. This was confirmation. This was a ritual room, a place where a watcher studied his chosen prey, a place where a cleaner finished what needed to be hidden. A generational chamber passed down like inheritance. Maya continued scanning. "Detective, look!" On the far wall, scratched faintly into the wood, almost invisible unless you knew to look, initials. RHBCEGAC Raymond Hale, Bethany Cole, Eliza Grant, Andrew Carter. Maya covered her mouth, trembling. "These are the victim." Daniel's voice was low. "Not just theirs." He pointed at the last set of initials, recent, carved deeper, angrier. E.C. Emily Carter. Maya's breath broke. She was here, she whispered. She was tied to that chair. Daniel leaned close to the markings. He saw something else. A tiny streak of red dried into the grooves. Blood. Fresh. Maya whispered, "Detective." We were too late. Daniel didn't blink. "No!" He stepped back, eyes scanning the floor. Not all the mud was old. A recent footprint, boot print, large, heavy, cut through the dirt leading toward the back of the unit. Daniel followed it. Maya moved behind him. The print stopped at the rear wall, a dead end. Except, Daniel ran his hand along the metal seam. It moved. He pushed harder. The entire back panel shifted. A hidden door, a secret passage behind the storage unit. Maya's voice shook. "He built escape routes?" Daniel whispered. "Generational predators don't leave one exit." He pulled the panel fully open. A narrow corridor stretched behind it. Dark, cramped, carved between old concrete walls. A faint draft blew from the far end. Maya lifted her gun. "Detective, we have to go." Daniel paused. He saw something small near the base of the hidden door. A piece of cloth. He lifted it. Pink, frayed, Emily's. He closed his eyes once, not in defeat, in promise. Then he stepped into the corridor. "Stay close," he said. Maya nodded and followed. The passage was cold, unnaturally cold, like it had never been warmed by sunlight. The walls were scratched, some marks old, some recent. Fingernails, keys, metal. Desperation. Maya whispered, "This is where he moves them. Through these tunnels, out of sight." They reached the end of the corridor. Another door, older, thicker, steel. A sliding bar lock held it shut. Daniel slowly lifted it. Metal groaned. The door swung open, and the corridor led into another storage building 3 units down. Unit 21, a perfect loop, a perfect misdirection, a perfect hunting ground. Maya whispered, "He's using this place like a maze." Daniel didn't answer, because that's when he saw it. On the floor right by the threshold, a set of footprints in the dust. 2 sets, one small, one large, going deeper into the complex, fresh. Minutes old. Maya's voice cracked. "Detective, they were just here." Daniel inhaled, not a scared breath, a controlled one. "He's moving her," he whispered. "He knew we were coming." Maya's hand shook. "Detective, where do we go first?" Daniel looked at the prints, then at the maze of storage units spreading before them like a graveyard of secrets. Then back to Maya. Everywhere. Because Caleb Caldwell hadn't run. He'd prepared. He'd cleaned. He'd taunted. Left his ritual room open, left a footprint, left a clue, left a promise. "You're getting closer, but can you keep up?" Daniel stepped forward into the maze. His voice was calm, cold, final. "This ends tonight." The maze of storage units stretched out before them like a forgotten graveyard. Long corridors of rusted metal, flickering lights, cracked concrete floors. Nothing in Blackwater felt as dead as this place, and nothing felt as alive with danger. Daniel moved first. He didn't run, didn't shout Emily's name, didn't call for backup. Predators like Caleb wanted noise, wanted panic, wanted chaos. Daniel gave him silence instead. Maya kept close behind, gun lowered but ready, her breath sharp in the cold air. "Detective," she whispered. "These footprints, they're too fresh." Daniel nodded. He wanted us to find them. To lead us where? Daniel didn't answer. He was listening, not with his ears, but with instinct. The air inside the maze felt different, like pressure building before a storm. He followed the prints down the narrow aisle between Unit 21 and Unit 22. Then they stopped, just vanished. Maya crouched. He wiped them, she said quietly. But why go to the trouble of leaving some and removing others? Daniel stared at the ground. He wants to guide us, then confuse us. A cold case unraveling in real time. Maya's brows pulled together. What cold case? Daniel's eyes darkened. Eliza Grant. Maya froze. Emily's father investigated her. And Briggs covered it up, Daniel added. Raymond Hale was blamed, wrongfully convicted. That cold case is the blueprint for this one. Maya swallowed. You think Emily was following the same trail? Daniel nodded. The exact same trail, and Caleb knows it. Maya whispered, so whatever happened to Eliza is happening now. Daniel's jaw clenched. That's why we start there. He reached for his phone, pulled up the old files he had photographed weeks ago but never fully understood. Eliza Grant, age 21, last seen near the Harrington property line, disappeared late at night, no body found. Raymond Hale arrested, case closed. Daniel stared at her photo for a long moment. Dark hair, bright eyes, innocent smile. Then he began walking again. Daniel, wait, Maya called, hurrying after him. Where are you going? The record said Eliza was last seen near a storage building on this property, Daniel said. But these units weren't built back then. Maya frowned. So how? They were built over something, Daniel said, something older. They moved deeper into the maze. Lights flickered overhead. The air grew colder. Then, there it was, Unit 31. Completely different from the others. Older metal, a different padlock, a number painted by hand instead of etched by machine. Daniel stopped. This wasn't part of the original design. Maya stepped closer, voice low. You think this is where Eliza was taken? Daniel didn't answer with words. He removed his flashlight and pointed it at the ground. Just below the door, barely visible, scratched into the floor with something sharp, maybe a key, maybe a fingernail, were 3 initials, E.G. Maya gasped. Detective, someone survived long enough to scratch that. Daniel exhaled slowly. Eliza didn't disappear immediately. She was held. Here. He pressed his palm against the door. It was cold. Not normal cold. The kind that seeped from metal that hadn't been touched in years. He slid the bolt off the lock. Maya steadied her gun. Daniel lifted the door. Darkness inside. A deeper, thicker darkness than any other unit. No overhead light, no bulb, just black. Daniel stepped inside. His flashlight beam cut across the room. The walls were wood, not metal like the newer units. The floor was old concrete covered in dust. And in the corner, Maya's breath broke. Oh God! A small wooden box sat on the floor, old, splintering, stained. Daniel approached slowly. He knelt beside it. The lid was loose. He lifted it. Inside, wrapped in brittle newspaper, a locket. Maya crouched beside him. What is that? Daniel opened the locket. Inside were 2 photos, one of a young woman, Eliza Grant, and next to it, a baby. Daniel froze. What? What is this? Maya whispered. A baby? But Eliza wasn't married. She never had a child. Daniel shook his head. No, she didn't. He picked up the newspaper wrapping. The edges crumbled in his hands, but a headline was faintly visible. Harrington Heir Scandal Town Mystified by Secret Birth. Maya covered her mouth. Oh my God, and it was a secret child. Hidden. Daniel nodded slowly. Eliza had a baby. A Harrington baby, that's why she was taken. Maya stared at him. But Raymond said the watcher and cleaner are always generational. Passed down. If Eliza had a Harrington child... Daniel stood slowly, realization hitting him like a blade. That child would be in their bloodline. Maya's voice trembled. You think Caleb is... Daniel looked at the locket again, then closed it. Yes, he said softly. Caleb isn't just a descendant. He turned to Maya. He's Eliza Grant's son. Maya's blood ran cold. So he's the child who wasn't supposed to exist. Daniel nodded. And he was raised by the Harrington bloodline, raised in the shadows, taught their ritual, taught their pattern. Maya whispered. Then Emily didn't just uncover old secrets. She uncovered him, the heir, the watcher. Daniel stepped toward the back wall of the unit. Something glinted there in the flashlight beam. Another set of scratches, deep, sharp, angrier than the initials, a sentence carved with desperation. Not alone. Not alone. Not alone. Again and again the words were repeated, like someone's last message before being taken. Maya whispered, voice shaking. Eliza must have realized she wasn't the only victim. Daniel nodded. And Emily came to the same conclusion. He stepped back out of the unit, eyes scanning the entire rail yard. Eliza was the beginning, Daniel murmured. Emily is the continuation. And Caleb is the bridge. Maya's breaths were shallow. If Caleb is Eliza's child, then his obsession with Emily is, Daniel finished her thought, family, blood, legacy, revenge. The maze around them suddenly felt alive, as if eyes were hidden in every shadow. Maya swallowed. Detective, where do we go now? Daniel looked up toward the far end of the yard where the shadow-line truck had gone. Forward, he said, because if this was Caleb's mother's room, the next unit is where he started creating his own. Just then, a soft click echoed behind them. Not a door. Not a lock. Something much closer. Metal sliding across metal. Maya spun. Detective! But the corridor behind them was empty. Quiet. Still. Then, a voice drifted through the maze. Calm. Measured. Soft enough to be a breath. You're getting warmer, Detective. Daniel froze. The voice came from everywhere. Or nowhere. Maya's heart pounded. He's here. Daniel didn't move. He listened. The voice came again, whispering, Mother would be proud. Then silence. Daniel slowly exhaled. He turned to Maya. We're not searching anymore. She stared at him. Then what are we doing? He stepped forward into the dark. Hunting. Daniel didn't rush blindly into the maze. He stepped forward slowly, not afraid, not hesitant, but alert in a way only seasoned detectives ever achieved. Because when a predator spoke in riddles, in whispers, in echoes, you didn't run toward the sound. You ran toward the silence it came from. Maya followed him, keeping her gun up, her breathing controlled but sharp. Detective, she whispered. He's watching us right now, somewhere close. Daniel didn't dispute it. He knew it. He felt it. Predators with generational rituals didn't hide from their hunters. They stalked them, studied them, measured how far they could push before the hunter cracked. Caleb was no exception. As they pushed deeper between Unit 31 and Unit 32, the maze seemed to narrow, the metal walls tightening like a throat swallowing them whole. Maya stepped in a puddle that rippled unnaturally long. Her eyes darted around. This place, it's wrong. Every inch of it feels wrong. Daniel scanned the ground. Shadows mixed with mud, footprints blended with older ones, confusion layered into confusion. But Caleb made one mistake. He assumed Daniel only saw with his eyes. Daniel knelt near a pile of disturbed dust. Look, he murmured. Maya crouched beside him. What am I looking at? Daniel brushed his finger along the dust. A pattern emerged, barely visible but unmistakable. A drag line, a soft one, narrow, not violent. Maya's voice tightened. Emily. Daniel nodded. She was alive when he moved her. This wasn't a body drag, this was controlled. He knew she was conscious, or semi-conscious. Maya swallowed hard. Why leave this here? Daniel stood slowly. Because this is the part of the story he wants us to see. They continued forward. The maze widened suddenly, leading into a larger corridor lined with older units, units 40 through 49. Maya stopped abruptly. "Detective, look at that." Daniel followed her gaze. Unit 45 was wide open, no lock. Door lifted halfway, shaking slightly in the breeze. Daniel tightened his grip on the flashlight. "He wants us inside." Maya's voice trembled. "Or he wants us dead." Daniel stepped toward it anyway. He ducked under the half-open door and froze. Inside Unit 45, the walls were covered in newspaper clippings, taped in rows, overlapping like scales. Every clipping was about disappearances, scandals, deaths ruled accidental, people who vanished without explanation. Blackwater's dark history laid out in serial killer order. Maya stepped in behind him. "Oh my God!" Daniel approached the far wall. At its center was a single large clipping, yellowed, brittle. "Local woman E. Grant, presumed dead." No suspects identified below it. Taped neatly was a photo of Eliza Grant, a younger version of the same face from the locket, the same eyes, the same innocent smile. Except this photo had something the others didn't. A second figure blurred in the background, tall, broad-shouldered, barely visible. Caleb's father, the original watcher, the man who abducted Eliza, the man who trained Caleb. The legacy began here. Maya whispered. This was his shrine to her. "No," Daniel said quietly. "This was his inheritance." Because beneath Eliza's photo, taped like a continuation in a family album, was another photo. Emily. A printed image of the one from her missing person poster. But someone had drawn a red circle around her face. Maya flinched. "He is obsessed." Daniel moved closer. There were notes written around Emily's photo in neat, disturbing handwriting. Same eyes. Same fire. She asks too many questions. She knows the bloodline truth. She must be shown. Maya backed away a step. "Oh God, he thinks Emily is repeating Eliza's story." Daniel nodded. "He's recreating it, completing it, continuing the ritual started by his father." Maya glanced at the wall again. "Detective, look here." On the right side of the unit, another cluster of clippings became clear. And this time, they weren't old news. They were recent, headlines from the last 6 months. Blackwater homicide files missing unidentified man stalking campus reports. Lost case files of Carter family local student claims she is being followed. Maya whispered, "He's been planning this for years." Daniel stepped back. "No, Caleb was planning this since he learned who his mother was." Maya frowned hard. "You think he knew?" Daniel nodded slowly. "How could he not? Someone raised him. Someone fed him her story. Someone weaponized her memory. Someone convinced him that Eliza was killed because she trusted the wrong people. Someone told him Emily was the same." Maya's eyes widened. "You think the Harringtons raised him?" Daniel looked at the wall, at Eliza, at Emily, at the victims, at the silence in the unit, and he said quietly, "No, I think one Harrington raised him, one specific descendant, one who carried the tradition, not the whole family, just the dark branch." Before Maya could reply, something glinted in Daniel's peripheral vision, a small metal hook near the ceiling. He raised his flashlight. A cord hung from it. Something dangled at the bottom. Maya squinted. "What is that?" Daniel reached up, pulled the object down, and froze. It was a key, old iron, heavy engraved, C.C. Caleb Caldwell. And tied to the key was a strip of fabric, pink, frayed, Emily's shirt. Maya gasped. "He left this here for us." Daniel nodded. "He wants us to use it. He wants us to know we're close. He wants us walking exactly where he walked. Maya swallowed. Then what does this key open? Daniel scanned the room. His flashlight caught something on the back wall. A metal outline, a square panel flush against the boards. "Help me," he said. They moved the wall clippings aside. Behind them, a hidden door. Another secret, another layer, another path to the dark. The key fit the lock perfectly. Click. Metal scraped. The door creaked open. Cold air blasted out. Air from underground. Daniel flicked his flashlight downward. A staircase, going deep, concrete steps disappearing into black. Far deeper than any storage unit had a right to go. Maya whispered the words Daniel was already thinking. He built tunnels under the storage lot. Daniel nodded once. Generations of predators don't leave things on the surface. He stepped onto the first stair. "We go down," he said. "Because whatever happened to Eliza, and whatever's happening to Emily." He aimed the light into the abyss. "The truth is buried underneath all of this." For a moment, Maya hesitated. "Detective, once we go down there," Daniel finished quietly, "we won't be the hunters anymore." He took another step. "We'll be the ones being watched." Maya drew a shaky breath and followed. Together, they descended into the deeper darkness, the place where Caleb was raised, where victims were taken, where secrets were born, and where the past waited to devour the present. The stairwell swallowed their footsteps. The door closed behind them, and from somewhere far below, echoing upward, a soft voice floated. "Welcome home, detective." The air grew colder the deeper they descended. Not naturally cold, but the kind that clung to skin like it remembered trauma. Like the walls themselves had absorbed every scream ever made inside them. The flashlight beam shook slightly in Maya's hand. Not from fear, from adrenaline pushed past its limit. Daniel moved steadily, focused, breathing slow, measured. This wasn't courage, this was purpose. The stairwell spiraled down farther than any normal storage building foundation should exist. Concrete replaced metal, stone replaced concrete, and then something older replaced stone. The walls turned to compacted earth, held together by wooden beams. Beams aged, cracked, carved with old initials. Maya brushed her fingers across one. "Detective, these marks, they're decades old." Daniel nodded. "Generations, like Raymond said." At the bottom of the stairs, the tunnel split into two halls, one left, one right. The left was narrow with low ceilings and old lantern hooks along the sides. The right was wider, stretching into darkness that swallowed the flashlight beam whole. Maya whispered, "Which way?" Daniel closed his eyes briefly. He took a slow breath. Listened. The faint hum of an old generator came from the right. The subtle echo of water droplets came from the left, but neither sounded like Emily. He listened deeper, past the echoes, past the hum, past the cold, then soft, barely audible, a whisper of fabric, a shift of weight, a breath. Left. He opened his eyes. "Left," he said. Maya trusted the call and moved with him. The left tunnel tightened quickly, walls brushing their shoulders, forcing them into single file. The air was damp, carrying faint traces of bleach and something else. Fear. Halfway down, they found the first room, a small hollow carved into the earth. Inside were items arranged neatly, a comb, a cracked phone, a shoe, 2 bracelets, a torn photo. Maya's breath hitched. "These are trophies," Daniel nodded grimly. "From victims." Maya moved the flashlight across the objects. The phone was old, flip style. The bracelets were childish, plastic beads, but the torn photo, that froze them both. It was a picture of Eliza Grant holding a newborn baby, a hospital bracelet still on her wrist. Maya stared wide-eyed. So he kept it, all these years. Daniel swallowed. He kept everything from her. He looked at the wall behind the shelf. Dozens of symbols were carved into the earth. Shapes like eyes, circles, triangles, a ritual language, a predator's alphabet. But one mark repeated everywhere. C.C. Caleb Caldwell. Maya whispered, this was his learning room. Daniel didn't reply. He stepped back into the tunnel. They moved deeper. The air sharpened. The ground sloped downward. Then they saw it. Another door. A thick iron one set into the earth like an ancient vault. A handprint smeared in dirt streaked across it. Daniel touched the metal. Warm. Someone had touched it recently. Maya steadied her gun. Detective, this feels like a trap. It is, Daniel said softly. He slid the heavy door open. It groaned like something waking from sleep. Inside, a long, narrow chamber, dim lights overhead powered by a low generator, the walls lined with shelves filled with old files, photographs, scrapbooks, audio tapes, a family archive, a shrine, a library of the Harrington darkness. Maya whispered, This is insane. He documented everything. Daniel walked down the center of the room slowly, scanning the shelves. Not insane, he murmured. Trained. He brushed his fingers against a stack of binders labeled by year. 1973, 1981, 1989, 1998, 2004, 2011, 2020. Each binder held victims, dates, patterns, methods, a generational crime record. Then he found a binder marked Eliza G. He opened it. Inside were photos of Eliza from childhood to young adulthood. Notes about her habits, her fears, her friends, places she visited. She'd been stalked for years before she was taken. Maya choked softly. He knew her better than she knew herself. Daniel flipped another page, a section titled, Her Child, and below it, Caledonia Bloodline. Next heir. Maya blinked. Caledonia? What? Daniel explained quietly. Harrington was the public name. Caledonia was the family's original name. Old, hidden, used only within the bloodline. Maya felt a chill run up her spine. So Caleb's real lineage name is Caleb Caledonia, Daniel said, not Caldwell. Maya covered her mouth. He didn't change his name to blend in. He changed it to hide his birthright. Daniel nodded. And now he's continuing the Caledonia tradition. Maya walked further down the shelves. Her light caught a small section labeled Candidates, Failed. She froze. Detective, Daniel approached. Inside the shelf were photos of people who had gone missing but never made news. Transient visitors, forgotten teenagers, addicts, drifters, easy prey. Maya whispered, What happened to them? Daniel's jaw tensed. They were practice. Maya trembled. Oh, God. He found another binder, Carter Family. His breath stopped. He opened it. Inside, notes on Andrew Carter, his investigation, the files he tried to uncover, the warnings he received, the threats made against him, photographs of him taken from a distance, and near the back, photos of Emily over the last year, at the store, at her college, at the park, at her mother's house. Even sleeping through her window. Maya's eyes filled with tears of rage. He stalked her for a year. Daniel kept turning pages. The last one made him freeze. A handwritten plan. Phase 1, watch Phase 2, test Phase 3, break Phase 4, take Phase 5, reveal Phase 6, finish. Maya whispered, Finish. What? Her life? Daniel's voice was low. No. Finish the bloodline. The realization settled heavy. Caleb didn't just want Emily dead. He wanted the Carter-Harrington-Caledonia connection erased. He wanted to end the branch he wasn't raised under. He wanted to complete the ritual cycle started by his father. Maya wiped her eyes. Detective, where do we go now? Daniel was already moving toward the back of the room because he'd seen something else. At the far end, barely visible behind stacked crates, a metal gate stood ajar. Beyond it, another tunnel, and on the ground, a small, crumpled piece of paper. Daniel picked it up, unfolded it, recognized the handwriting instantly. Emily's. 3 words written in shaky, desperate ink. He took her. Maya's voice cracked. Took who? Daniel lifted the note toward the dim light. Emily wasn't the only one down here, he said quietly. Maya stepped back, horror widening her eyes. Detective, there's another girl? Daniel nodded. Another victim, another descendant, another piece of the ritual. This isn't the end, Daniel said. This is the beginning. He stepped toward the gate. Come on, he murmured. Maya followed him. As they entered the next tunnel, the sound of faint footsteps echoed far ahead. Soft, slow, measured, and a voice floated back. You're almost there, detective. Come find the truth. The further Daniel and Maya went through the next tunnel, the more the air changed. It wasn't just cold anymore. It was occupied. Like the darkness itself was aware of them, pressing in, studying, judging if they were worthy of what waited at the end. The ground sloped downward again. The walls tightened, then widened, then tightened, like the tunnel had been carved by different hands over decades, each generation adding another layer to the underground labyrinth. Maya kept her gun raised now, both hands on the grip, breath sharp and controlled. Detective, she whispered, voice bouncing off the earthen walls. When we find him. What's the plan? Daniel didn't slow. Depends. On what? She asked. On whether Emily is alive? The answer hung there like a blade. Because they both knew if Emily was dead, they weren't dealing with a rescue anymore. They were dealing with an execution. They reached a small fork in the tunnel. 2 paths again. Left, darkness. Right, a faint flicker of yellowish light like candles struggling to stay alive. Maya nodded toward the glow. That way? Daniel listened again. From the dark left tunnel, there was nothing. No movement, no breath. Just cold, ancient stillness. From the right, the candle-lit direction, a soft sound floated. Breathing, but not one set. 2. One slow and controlled, one uneven, shaky, familiar. Right, Daniel said. They followed the faint light. The tunnel widened, the walls smoothing out as if someone had deliberately carved and shaped this area with more care. A ritual corridor. At the end of it, an open archway revealed a larger underground chamber glowing with scattered candles placed along the dirt floor and in cracks in the walls. And there, in the center of the room, was a chair. Another chair. This one metal. Bolted to the ground, hands tied to the armrests, feet bound, head slumped. Emily. Maya gasped. Emily! Daniel's arm shot out, stopping her. Wait! Because standing behind the chair, a figure, calm, still, hands resting lightly on the back of the chair as if he'd been waiting there for hours. He wore a dark jacket, gloves, boots, nothing theatrical, nothing dramatic, just ordinary clothes, which somehow made him even worse, because monsters who looked like monsters were easy to spot. The dangerous ones looked like anyone. The man lifted his head slightly, eyes reflecting the candlelight like a predator's. Detective, he said, voice low, almost warm. You finally made it. His tone wasn't surprised or annoyed. It sounded satisfied, the way a host might sound when a guest finally arrived to a dinner party planned for months. Daniel walked forward slowly, flashlight off now, letting the candles do the work. Caleb? He asked. The man smiled faintly. That's what they wrote on the paperwork. You prefer something else? Daniel asked. He tilted his head. Depends who's asking. Maya's grip tightened on her gun. I'll put a name on the report, might as well make it the right one. Caleb Caledonia? His eyes sharpened. Then he smiled more fully. So you did your homework. He released the back of the chair and stepped forward just enough for them to really see his face. Late 20s. Calm eyes. A face that could pass for harmless in a checkout line. Neat, not sloppy. Polite, not dramatic. But his eyes, they were wrong. Too still. Too observant. Too pleased. Maya's voice was tight. Hands where I can see them. He lifted them casually. No weapon, he said. I'm not here to shoot anyone. Funny, Maya said. Because I am. Daniel didn't look away from him. Emily, he said. She breathing? Caleb glanced back at the chair. Sleeping, he replied. Sedative, light dose. I kept her stable. Can't have the center of the ritual screaming too early, can we? Maya's jaw clenched. You call that care? He shrugged. Better than some of the others got. Daniel took a step closer. Others like Eliza? Caleb's eyes flickered. For the first time, something emotional broke the surface. A crack. Careful, detective, he said softly. You're talking about my mother. Maya swallowed. So you admit it. You're Eliza Grant's son. He smiled. Why not? You already know. I'm the dirty secret nobody talks about. The baby that should never have existed. The mistake the Harrington bloodline tried to bury. Daniel's voice was low. So they raised you in the dark instead. Caleb's gaze sharpened. They didn't bury me, detective. They trained me. He began to walk slowly around the chair, trailing his gloved fingers lightly along the metal frame. My father started the work. He watched. He cleaned. He chose. He told me stories underground, right here in rooms just like this. Stories about how the town lies to itself, how people pretend they're good when they're rotten inside, how some people need to be punished. Maya's stomach turned. Punished for what? Caleb looked at her. For hiding who they really are, for pretending they're innocent, for believing the world is fair, for thinking the past won't come for them. He nodded toward Emily. She thought she was one of the good ones, brave, curious, righteous. But she was born from the same blood that destroyed my mother. Her family watched the Harringtons ruin lives and stayed silent. They threw us away. They called us a stain. His voice dropped, almost tender. So I decided to become the stain they couldn't ignore. Daniel's jaw tightened. So this isn't about justice. Caleb smiled. Justice? He repeated, amused. Look around you, detective. Where in Blackwater have you ever seen justice? He gestured to the shelves of files they had passed earlier. Your police buried these cases. Your leaders silenced victims. Your own department let an innocent man rot in a cell so they wouldn't have to admit they were compromised. He leaned forward slightly. You and I aren't so different. We're both just trying to reveal the truth. Maya snapped. You kidnapped a girl. You tortured people. You killed for sport. That's not truth. That's obsession. He glanced at her. I never killed for sport, he said quietly. I killed for balance. Maya let out a disgusted breath. You're sick. He smiled gently. All great stories need a villain, officer. I just accepted my role earlier than most. Daniel took another step. What about the extra victim? He asked. The one Emily wrote about. The one she said he took her. Who is she? Caleb's eyes warmed with a different kind of pride. Smart girl, he said. Hope she wakes up for this part. He nodded toward a darker corner of the chamber. A second figure could just barely be seen in the shadows. Another person, bound, sitting, head bowed. Maya raised her gun again. "Who is that?" Caleb's tone softened. Another piece of the story, another descendant, another branch that needed pruning. Daniel's voice sharpened. "Name." Caleb smiled. "Why spoil the ending?" Daniel took a longer step this time. They were close enough now that he could see the fine tremble in Emily's bound hands. See the streak of dried blood near her temple. See the faint rise and fall of her chest. Alive. Barely. But alive. Relief punched his lungs. He didn't show it. "You built all this," Daniel said, "and the tunnels, the ritual rooms, the trophies, the files, keeping track of every victim, every lie, every buried secret." Caleb nodded. "Someone had to continue the work." Daniel's eyes narrowed. "And the cleaner? Where is he?" A brief shadow passed over Caleb's face. "He's gone." "Dead?" Daniel asked. Caleb's jaw tensed. "He was weak. He wanted to stop. He said the ritual didn't matter anymore, that people changed, that the town wasn't worth it, so..." He shrugged lightly. "I changed him into something more useful." Maya stared. "You killed your own mentor?" Caleb's expression didn't flinch. "Every tradition evolves. You cut off what decays. You keep what works." Daniel's voice dropped. "Then this ends with you." Caleb's gaze brightened. "Yes," he said almost dreamily. "It does. One way or another. Either I finish the story, or you do." He took one slow step backward, placing one hand lightly against Emily's shoulder. "Ask yourself, detective," he murmured, "how many people will die if you rush? If you shoot? If you miss? Can you live with that?" Silence. Candlelight flickered over their faces. Maya's gun didn't waver. Daniel's voice came out low, controlled, cold. "I can live with whatever comes next," he said. "But you?" He took one more step forward. "You won't." For a moment, nobody moved. The room vibrated with a silence so thick it felt like it had weight. A pressure building from the dirt walls, the flickering candles, the stale underground air, and the presence of a predator who believed he owned this darkness. Caleb rested his hand on Emily's shoulder gently, too gently, as if she were a fragile heirloom he cherished, not a victim he abducted. Daniel watched every movement, every breath, every twitch. One wrong motion could mean Emily's life. One wrong approach could mean Maya's, and one wrong choice could bury this entire investigation forever. Maya whispered through clenched teeth, "Detective, give the word." Her finger tightened against the trigger, but Daniel raised a hand. "Not yet." Caleb smirked. "That's the difference between you and her," he said, glancing at Maya. "She reacts. You calculate." He tilted his head. "That's why I waited for you, detective, not her. This isn't her story. It never was." Maya bristled. "You keep talking about stories, rituals, cycles. You're not a writer, you're a killer." Caleb chuckled. "A killer?" He gestured casually around the candlelit room. "Do you see corpses lying around?" "No. I'm a curator, a keeper of truth. Everyone I take, everyone who vanishes, was hiding something. Afraid of who they were, afraid of their own sins." His voice dipped low. "I free them from that fear." Daniel stepped forward, boots crunching on the dirt. "You drugged Emily. You tortured victims. You tied them down. You stalked them. That's not freedom. That's you playing God." Caleb's eyes gleamed. "Isn't that what you do? Deciding who belongs behind bars, who's guilty, who's innocent? The only difference is I'm honest about my role." He shrugged. "You? You hide behind a badge." Maya's voice shook with anger. "Daniel doesn't kill innocent people." Caleb raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure? Raymond Hale wasn't guilty." Yet your department put him away for years. Your superiors signed the papers. Your justice system let him rot. He looked at Daniel. And now you're working to avenge the very girl whose father helped cover up my mother's murder. Isn't that funny? Daniel's jaw clenched. Drop the philosophy. You're cornered. Caleb smiled wider. Cornered? He looked around the underground chamber. Detective, this is my home. He stepped behind Emily again, resting both hands gently on the back of her chair. And you came alone, Maya snapped. We're not alone. The second we step out of this tunnel... Caleb shook his head slowly. No, Officer Baird. I knew you were coming. I planned this entire moment. You think I don't watch the station? You think I don't hear the chatter? You think the shadows don't talk? He leaned closer to Emily's ear. And the girl here, she's been awake longer than you think. Emily flinched, just barely. Her fingers twitched, alive, conscious. Trying to signal. Daniel's breath caught. He needed to buy time. Keep Caleb talking. Keep him focused. Caleb, Daniel said, voice steady. Your mother, Eliza, she didn't deserve what happened to her. But Emily isn't the reason your life turned out like this. Caleb's face changed, just slightly. A flicker of pain, quickly buried. You think I don't know that, he whispered. I was a newborn when she was taken. I never knew her. But I knew the men who took her. I knew the liars who hid her death. I knew the family who whispered about me like I was a stain. He stepped around the chair again, circling like a wolf. That's what you don't understand, Detective. Emily didn't do anything wrong, neither did her father. He pointed to his own chest. But I did. He paused. And so did you. Daniel frowned. What? Caleb smiled. A cold, curving smile that didn't reach his eyes. Emily wasn't the only person investigating the Caledonia bloodline recently. He took another slow step forward. You were too. Maya stiffened. You've been following Daniel? Caleb laughed softly. Following? No. Observing, studying. I needed to know what kind of man was digging into my family's secrets. Someone reckless, someone blind, someone weak. He shook his head. No. You're persistent. You're clever. You're dangerous. Daniel stayed silent. Caleb lifted a hand and pointed at him. And that makes you part of the ritual now. Maya snapped. You're insane. Caleb spoke over her. Rituals require balance. A watcher, a witness, a bloodline, a truth seeker. He grinned. And someone willing to spill blood. His eyes sharpened on Daniel. You're here to end me, aren't you? Daniel didn't blink. If you force my hand, he said. I will, Caleb nodded. That's what I hoped you'd say. Before either of them could react, he reached into his jacket with lightning speed. Maya lifted her gun. Drop it! But Caleb didn't pull a weapon. He pulled out a small voice recorder. Old, scuffed, covered in dirt. He clicked play. A voice echoed through the underground chamber. Emily's voice, shaky, breathless, terrified. He took someone else, another girl. She's still down here, but please, please, if anyone finds this, he's coming back. The recording cut off in a burst of static. Maya's eyes widened. Oh my God! Daniel stepped forward sharply. Where is she, Caleb? Who else did you take? Caleb twirled the recorder in his hand, amused. That depends. On what? Daniel growled. On whether you deserve to know. Maya aimed higher. Tell us where she is, or I swear to God. Caleb tilted his head, almost disappointed. You won't shoot me, officer. You're brave, but you're not broken. He faced Daniel again. But you, Detective Ross, you are very close to breaking. That's why I chose you. Daniel stared, expression steady. You didn't choose me, he said. You underestimated me. Caleb grinned. We'll see. Then, in one swift, violent motion, he kicked a metal pole beside the chair. A hidden lever snapped. The ground beneath Emily's chair jerked, the bolts releasing. The chair began to slide backward, toward a hidden chute behind her, a drop, a tunnel, a pit. Maya screamed, "No!" Daniel lunged forward. Caleb laughed, low, triumphant, echoing against the walls. "Let's finish Mother's story, shall we?" The chair teetered, Emily's unconscious body tipping. Daniel dove, ungrabbing the frame, his boots skidding in the dirt. Emily's weight pulling him down. Maya ran to help. Caleb stepped back into the shadows, vanishing. As Emily's chair slid deeper toward the drop, Daniel gritted his teeth. "Stay with me, don't you let go!" And the room shook with the sound of the metal bolts snapping loose. Emily's chair slid with a violent jolt, metal grinding against the dirt floor as gravity pulled her toward the dark chute behind her, a vertical drop carved into the earth like a throat waiting to swallow her whole. Daniel's fingers locked around the chair frame just in time. The momentum yanked him forward so hard his knees slammed into the ground. "Emily!" he shouted, knuckles whitening around the cold metal. Her body slumped, the sedative still weighing her down like dead weight. Maya ran in, skidding on the dirt. "Detective, don't let go!" "I'm not," Daniel gritted out, voice tight, muscles trembling as the chair kept sliding inch by inch. The chute wasn't just a pit. It was polished smooth, used before, designed for bodies to disappear fast, and Caleb had tried to send Emily down it like another chapter in the ritual. "Help me pull," Daniel barked. Maya holstered her gun and grabbed the other arm of the chair. Together they strained, backs shaking, boots slipping under the chair stuck halfway over the edge, balanced on a razor-thin strip of dirt. Emily's head drooped to the side, eyes half open but unfocused. Her lips trembled in a faint whisper. "Neil." Daniel froze. She was awake, barely, clinging to consciousness. "I'm here," he gasped. "I've got you. Stay with me." Her fingers twitched weakly against the restraints. Maya pushed harder, teeth clenched. "Come on!" Together they heaved, one last desperate pull, and the chair toppled backward, crashing onto the dirt floor instead of into the chute. Daniel collapsed to his knees, panting, chest burning. Maya slid the chair back further from the edge, her hands shaking. Jesus, that was seconds away. Daniel didn't answer. He was staring into the chute, a deep black void, and carved into the stone inside were faint vertical scratches. More than one set, different hand sizes, different ages, victims who were pushed down, victims who tried to climb back out, victims who never made it. Maya swallowed hard. He's been using that for years. Daniel stood slowly, chest rising and falling with controlled fury. "We need to move her. This whole place is a trap." Maya nodded and started cutting the restraints, but as Daniel leaned over Emily, a sound echoed from behind him. A laugh, soft, smooth, too close. Daniel spun, and Caleb stepped out from behind a support beam, as if he'd been standing inches away the entire time. He wasn't holding a weapon. He didn't need to. He held something worse, a metal remote. Daniel's eyes narrowed. "What did you do?" Caleb pressed a single button. The floor trembled. Not the whole floor, but sections of it. Panels, movable pieces, hidden mechanisms. The underground chamber wasn't just carved. It was engineered. Caleb smiled almost proudly. "You think generations of my family built these tunnels just to hide stories? No. Detective, they built them to move stories." Daniel stepped in front of Emily instinctively. "What does that mean?" Caleb paced slowly, the way a lecturer walked during a presentation. "A watcher studies the prey. A cleaner erases the evidence, but below all that there's the architect, the one who designs the stage." His eyes glittered. "My grandfather built this room, my father perfected it, and He lifted the remote. "I finish it," Maya aimed her gun again. Drop it, Caleb smirked. I'm unarmed. Technically. Daniel stepped forward. You're cornered, Caleb. End this now and maybe, just maybe, you walk out alive. Caleb laughed softly. Oh, detective, you still don't understand the story. He leaned slightly to the side, staring at Daniel with unsettling warmth. You're not here to arrest me. Daniel froze. You're here because I invited you. He clicked the remote again. A deep rumble echoed through the ground. Maya grabbed Emily, pulling her farther back from the shifting floor. Daniel barked, Caleb, stop! But the floor panels continued shifting. Slow at first, then faster, sliding apart, closing, shifting like a puzzle box coming alive, creating pathways, closing others, cutting off exits. Caleb watched the transformation like a conductor admiring his orchestra. There, he said quietly. That feels right. Daniel clenched his fists. What did you do? Caleb gestured around the chamber. I locked the maze, adjusted the corridors. Sealed every path except two. One leads deeper into the truth. He smiled darkly. The other leads to a grave. Maya gritted her teeth. You're insane. Caleb nodded politely. I prefer born for this. He stepped closer. Detective, everything in your investigation traced back to the Harringtons, didn't it? My mother, the land, the logs, the erased files, the ghosts of all the cases. Daniel said nothing. Caleb continued. Do you know why? Because the Caledonia bloodline was never meant to be seen. We were meant to be the hand in the dark, not the face in the light. His voice dropped into something cold and reverent. Emily stumbled into the truth. Her father stumbled into the truth. You, detective, ran toward it. He raised the remote again. Daniel charged. Caleb stepped back fast and hit another button. The ground between them split open. A long, narrow crevice. A drop into darkness. Daniel skidded to a halt. Caleb smirked. You're faster than my father predicted. Daniel's voice was steel. You're not your father. Caleb's expression cooled instantly. No, he said softly. I'm better. He pointed the remote at the ceiling. A panel slid open and a single object dropped down, hanging from a rope. Daniel's blood froze. It was a police badge, old, bent, covered in dirt, but unmistakable. Maya whispered, Detectives, is that... Caleb nodded. Yes, that belonged to the man who helped kill my mother. Daniel stared. You said your father killed Eliza. Oh no, Caleb said. My father took her, but someone else helped bury the story. He leaned forward slightly. Someone from your department. Maya stiffened. Who? Caleb smiled. Slow, cruel, delighted. Why spoil it now? You'll learn soon enough. The maze will take you there. Daniel's eyes widened. You're lying? Caleb shook his head. Everything I've said so far, every clue, every secret, every truth, has been real. Why would I start lying now? Daniel stepped closer to the edge of the crevice. Because you want us confused. Caleb's smile softened. No, detective, I want you angry. He tossed the remote lightly into the air and caught it again. Because anger makes you run faster. He looked at Emily. And you're running out of time. He backed toward a narrow tunnel that had opened behind him. A hidden exit. He paused at the threshold. Meet me at the end, detective. He winked. If you survive. Then he disappeared into the darkness, and the hidden door slammed shut behind him. For a long moment, Daniel didn't move. The underground chamber trembled with the final echo of the hidden door slamming shut behind Caleb. The shifting floor panels finished locking into their new arrangement with a heavy metallic thud, as if the earth itself sealed every exit except the one Caleb wanted them to take. Maya held Emily firmly, eyes darting around the chamber. "Detective, what the hell just happened?" Daniel stared at the narrow crevice Caleb had created between them, a drop deep enough that the flashlight beam dissolved into black before hitting bottom. A trap, a barrier, a warning. "He changed the maze layout," Daniel said slowly. "He's controlling the entire underground system." Maya swallowed. "And he's leading us." Daniel nodded. "Yes, like rats through a tunnel he designed." He didn't say the rest, because Caleb thinks we're predictable prey. Maya cut the last of Emily's restraints, lifting her carefully while checking for bruises, pulse, breathing. "She's alive," Maya murmured. "Weak. Maybe another injection recently, but she's hanging on." Emily stirred, voice a faint whisper. He's not done." Daniel crouched beside her. "Emily, look at me. Can you hear my voice?" Her eyes fluttered open. Unfocused at first, then sharpening on Daniel. "You came," she breathed. "We're getting you out," he said. "But you need to stay awake." Her hand trembled as she clutched his sleeve. "There's another girl. I heard her crying. He said she was for the final chapter." Maya's eyes widened. "So, that message, you wrote he took her?" Emily nodded faintly. "He wanted someone connected. Someone like me. Someone with the bloodline." Daniel's pulse tightened. Another victim from the Caledonia Harrington web. Another descendant. Another ritual target. Caleb wasn't improvising. He was completing something. Emily struggled to sit upright. "Detective, please, you have to find her. He said she doesn't have long." Daniel steadied her shoulder. "We will, but we move together. No one gets left behind." Suddenly, a deep rumble shook the ground. Dust rained from the ceiling. Candles flickered violently. Maya looked up. "What now?" A panel of earth slid loose overhead and crashed to the ground just feet from them. Daniel pulled Emily back. "He's collapsing certain sections," he said, "trying to push us deeper." Maya cursed under her breath. "Detective, if we stay here, this entire chamber will come down." Daniel stood, scanning the walls. Every passage that had been stable minutes ago was blocked now. Every obvious exit sealed, every safe route gone, except one. A narrow, jagged corridor at the far end, just wide enough for one person at a time, carved intentionally, carved recently, Caleb's trail. Daniel lifted Emily carefully into his arms. "We go," he said. Maya nodded and grabbed her flashlight. As they stepped into the corridor, the ground shook again, this time harder. The chamber behind them began to crumble. Maya shouted over the sound, "Move! Move! Go!" Daniel ran, holding Emily tight, feeling the tunnel narrow around them. A violent crash shook the earth, the main chamber collapsing completely behind them. A thick cloud of dust erupted through the corridor, choking the air. Emily clung to Daniel weakly. "Please, don't let him win." Daniel tightened his hold. "I won't." They reached a fork in the tunnel, one side sloping downward, the other carving right sharply before disappearing around a bend. Maya wiped dust from her face. "Detective? Which way?" Daniel paused, listened. The downward tunnel was silent, dead silent. No echo, no airflow, no life. The right tunnel? A faint sound, barely audible, metal dragging, chains, or a door, or someone bound being moved. He strained his ears. Then he heard it. A voice, weak, muffled, crying, a girl's voice. "Detective," Maya whispered, hearing it too. "That's her," Daniel said. They ran. The tunnel twisted sharply, the walls widening into a larger cavern, this one lit by harsh industrial bulbs overhead. The floor was concrete, damp, stained. And the moment they entered, Maya froze. Oh my God. It was a holding chamber. Rows of cages, 3 on each side, old iron bars welded to stone, rusty locks, chains bolted to the floor. Tools hung on hooks along the wall, some broken, some sharp, some clearly used for restraint. In one cage at the far end sat a girl, no older than 19, knees pulled to her chest, wrists tied, face streaked with dirt and tears. The moment she saw them, her eyes widened in desperate relief. "Please help me, please don't leave me." Maya sprinted forward. Daniel followed. Emily whispered against Daniel's shoulder, "That's her. That's the other girl." Maya reached the cage. The girl flinched at the movement, shrinking against the back wall. "It's okay," Maya said softly. "We're here to help. I'm a cop. You're safe now." The girl shook her head violently. No, he said he'd come back, and he said he'd finish. He said..." Daniel knelt. "What's your name?" The girl trembled. Jenna." Daniel nodded. "Jenna, you're safe. We're getting you out." He looked at the lock. Old, rusty, but strong. Maya checked her belt. No bolt cutter, nothing heavy enough to break it. Daniel lifted Emily gently against the wall and stood. He scanned the chamber, tools, pipes, broken rods. He grabbed a thick metal bar, heavy but liftable, and swung it hard against the lock. The clang echoed through the tunnels like a gunshot. Jenna sobbed. "Hurry, please! Before he comes back, before he hears..." Daniel hit the lock again. Maya kept watch. Dust drifted from the ceiling as the echo faded, and then footsteps from the tunnel behind them, slow, measured, approaching. Maya's blood ran cold. "Detective, someone's coming." Daniel hammered the lock again. It bent, but didn't break. Jenna cried harder. Maya raised her gun toward the tunnel. "Daniel, hurry!" He hit it again. Snap! The lock shattered. He pulled the cage door open and grabbed Jenna's arm. "We have to go, now!" But the footsteps grew louder, closer, calm, confident. Daniel shoved both girls behind Maya. "Stay behind me." The footsteps stopped just beyond the chamber entrance. Silence followed. A long, heavy silence. Then, a voice floated in, smooth, cold, satisfied. "You found her." "Caleb." Maya tightened her grip. Daniel stepped forward. "This ends now." Caleb's shadow stretched across the chamber floor. "No, detective," he murmured. "This is where it truly begins." Caleb's silhouette stood at the tunnel's mouth like a dark punctuation mark at the end of a nightmare sentence. Still centered, waiting. Waiting for Daniel to fail. Waiting for his story to unfold the way he wrote it. Waiting for the final act he believed he controlled. Maya steadied her gun, planting her feet. "Don't move!" she barked. But Caleb didn't flinch. He didn't raise his hands. He didn't step back. He didn't show fear. He simply leaned one shoulder against the tunnel's wooden frame, casual, almost relaxed. "Officer Baird," he said softly. "You're trembling." "I'm fine," she snapped. "No," he whispered. "You're terrified, and that's good. Fear keeps you human." His eyes flicked toward Daniel. "But you're not scared, are you, detective? You haven't been scared since the moment you stepped into these tunnels." Daniel didn't blink. "Step away from the entrance." Caleb shook his head slowly. "That's the problem. You still don't understand." He tapped his temple lightly. "You're trying to catch me, but I'm not running." Jenna whimpered behind Maya, shrinking back, her bound wrists trembling. "Please, please don't let him take me." Emily, barely awake, struggled to lift her head. "Daniel, don't trust him. He's..." Daniel stepped slightly forward, shielding both girls. "I'm not here to trust him," he said quietly. "I'm here to end this." Caleb smiled faintly. "You say that like the ending is yours to write." He took one step inside the chamber. Maya warned, "I said don't move." Caleb raised a hand, not in surrender, but as if calming a room full of nervous children. Officer, if I had wanted any of you dead in the last hour, you would be lying in the dirt by now. You know that. He gestured casually toward the ceiling. The hidden pits, the sliding floors, the engineered traps. I designed this place. Every panel, every lock, every drop. If I wanted the ritual to end early, it would have ended early. Maya hissed through her teeth. You're not controlling anything now. Oh, Caleb murmured with a soft laugh. But I am. He pointed toward the floor beneath them. None of them had noticed it before. But now, deep scratches lined the hard-packed earth. Circles, symbols, track marks. Marks carved from below, as if something moved under the chamber. Emily's eyes widened in horror. Daniel, get out. Get us out. Maya's gaze darted to the floor. Detective, what is that? Daniel didn't answer. He already knew. Another layer of the maze, another mechanism, another trap. Caleb stepped fully into the chamber now, hands still visible but posture dripping with calm arrogance. Do you want to know why I never ran, Detective? He asked. Why I didn't shoot back. Why I didn't try to fight you physically. Daniel tightened his stance. Because you're a coward. Caleb smiled, not offended at all. No, because the only thing I ever needed from you was time. A low mechanical groan rumbled beneath their feet. A tremor shook dust loose from the ceiling. Maya backed up. Detective, something's shifting. Daniel's eyes scanned the walls, the floor, the tunnel Caleb emerged from. A trap, a timed mechanism. Caleb didn't need weapons, he needed patience. Caleb lifted his chin slightly, like a conductor raising his baton, and the chamber floor split down the center. A long, jagged crack tore through the ground, splitting the room into two uneven halves. Move! Daniel shouted. Maya pushed Jenna away from the widening crack, pulling her to the left side. Daniel lifted Emily into his arms again and dove toward the right. The floor dropped an inch, then another, then began lowering on hydraulic mechanisms hidden deep beneath the dirt. A platform, a descending cage. Caleb stepped backward, perfectly balanced on the edge of the section that remained stable. I told you, he said calmly. The maze chooses who goes where. Maya aimed and fired. The bullet hit the wall inches beside him, the dirt shifting slightly, but Caleb already moving. He vanished back into the narrow corridor, the door sliding shut instantly behind him. Caleb! Daniel roared. Get back here! His voice echoed as the platform continued lowering. Jenna screamed. Maya shouted Daniel's name, trying to jump the widening gap. But the ground buckled beneath her and she fell back hard. No, no, Daniel! Daniel held Emily tightly as the floor dropped deeper into the earth. Maya, get Jenna out! Follow the upper tunnel! He shouted. What about you? Maya screamed. Daniel didn't lie. He didn't pretend this was safe. He didn't promise anything he couldn't guarantee. He just met her eyes across the crumbling chamber and said, I'll find another way. The platform jerked, dropping faster now, 50 feet, 60, more. Lights flickered. Dust poured down like rain. Maya reached for him blindly, tears streaking her dusty face. Daniel, don't fall, don't! Then the platform disappeared into the lower darkness with a seismic jolt. Maya and Jenna watched helplessly from above as the crack sealed shut, the chamber resetting like nothing had ever opened at all. Silence fell. Heavy. Cold. Final. Maya pressed a hand over her mouth, choking on her breath. Daniel! Jenna sobbed into her shoulder. What happened to him? Maya steadied herself. We don't give up, she whispered, voice trembling but determined. We go after him. She stood, shoulders shaking, gripping Jenna's arm. Because he's still alive, I know it. And if he's alive... Her jaw clenched. then Caleb is not winning. Deep below, the platform slammed into a lower level with a brutal thud. Daniel shielded Emily as they hit the ground. A narrow tunnel stretched ahead, lit by a single ancient bulb. And on the wall, a message scratched into the stone. "Welcome to the final path." C.C. Daniel's breath steadied. He set Emily gently against the wall and stood. "Caleb," he whispered, "I'm coming for you." Daniel rose slowly, ignoring the ache in his knees from the brutal drop. The platform had delivered him into a new part of the maze, a place that felt older than the rest, deeper, darker, closer to the core of the Caledonia bloodline. Emily leaned weakly against the stone wall, breathing in fragile gasps. Her voice was faint. "Daniel, he's heading to the last room." Daniel crouched, steadying her. "What last room, Emily? What did he tell you?" Her eyelids fluttered. "He said only the heir and the witness can enter. He said you'd follow him all the way down." Daniel swallowed hard. Of course, Caleb had planned this. Every shift in the maze, every trap, every split, it all led here. "Emily," he whispered, "and can you walk?" She shook her head slowly. "I'll try." "No," Daniel murmured. "Save your strength." He scanned the tunnel. No ladders, no alternate exits, no panels to break through. He couldn't climb back up. He couldn't bring her back up. He couldn't wait for Maya. This level was sealed off. By design. He lifted Emily carefully into his arms. "Hold on to me." She nodded weakly, fingers curling into the fabric of his jacket. The tunnel ahead was narrow, lit by a single bulb that flickered every few seconds like a heartbeat running out of rhythm. Daniel stepped forward. The tunnel bent sharply to the left, then right, then dipped downward again. Every curve was deliberate, every turn intentional, every footstep taken by the Caledonia line decades before Daniel ever touched these walls. This wasn't a maze, this was a pilgrimage, a descent into something ancient and sick. After several minutes, Emily stirred again. "Detective, Maya, is she safe?" Daniel nodded, though his stomach twisted. "She'll find a way out. She's strong. And she's not alone." Emily breathed slightly easier. "She tried to save me. She didn't leave me." "She never will," Daniel said softly. "Neither will I." Another corner, another slope. A cold draft blew from somewhere ahead, a sign of a larger chamber. Emily whispered, "He showed me a map of this place. He said the bottom was where the truth sleeps." Daniel tightened his grip. "Not anymore," he said. "We're waking every truth in these walls." Finally, the tunnel spit them into a massive cavern, the largest yet. Daniel stopped at the threshold, breath catching. This wasn't a chamber. This was a crypt, a burial site. Rows of stone niches carved into the walls, some filled, some empty, each marked with strange symbols. Names scratched into crude plaques. Callion Heron, Caledonia, Hail Hales, Grain Grant, a full bloodline, documented, buried. Remembered only by the ones who inherited the darkness. Emily's voice cracked. "Daniel, this is where they brought my father. When he disappeared for 3 days, they said he was questioning suspects, but he was down here." Daniel's breath stilled. Andrew Carter. The missing 3 days. The time he refused to explain. The look of something shattered in his eyes afterward. "Emily, your father came down here?" She nodded, barely conscious. He wanted answers. He thought he was close, and then he came home pale, shaking, and he burned all his notes. Daniel felt a chill crawl up his spine. He whispered, "He saw something down here that terrified him." Emily breathed painfully. "And he never recovered." Daniel exhaled. That's why Andrew Carter had given up the investigation. Why Briggs had shut him down. Why Emily had taken it up again. But before he could process it further, a familiar voice echoed through the crypt. Calm, clear, almost echoing with reverence. "Detective, you made good time." Daniel spun. At the far end of the crypt stood Caleb. Hands clasped behind his back, posture tall, expression soft with satisfaction. The final confrontation. But Caleb wasn't alone. Beside him stood a coffin, open, new, polished, carved with the same symbols on the walls. Caleb gestured to it. "Do you like it?" he asked. "I had it prepared for you." Daniel stared. "Caleb," he said quietly, "this ends now." "Oh, it does," Caleb replied. "Here, with you." He began stepping slowly toward Daniel, not rushed, not tense, as though he were walking through a museum of his ancestors. "Do you know what this place is, detective?" Caleb asked softly. Daniel didn't answer. Caleb smiled. "It's a sanctuary, the birth and burial place of every Harrington and Caledonia heir, the place where the watchers learn to watch, where the cleaners learn to clean, where the cycle continued until someone tried to break it." His gaze flickered to Emily. "Your father came here once," Caleb said, "and he begged them to spare him." Daniel stiffened. Andrew Carter wasn't a coward. Caleb tilted his head. He wasn't, but he was human, and humans break. He stepped closer. "Your father wasn't scared of me. He was scared of what he learned. He was scared of who from your own department helped bury Eliza Grant." Daniel frowned. "Who?" Caleb smiled. "You'll find out soon." Daniel stepped forward, shielding Emily again. "Caleb," he said, "you're unarmed, and you're cornered." Caleb chuckled. "No, detective." He stepped backward into the shadows and toward a stone archway at the back of the crypt. "I'm home." And then, the torches lining the walls ignited in a sudden burst of flame, illuminating the entire crypt in blazing orange. Emily gasped. Daniel shielded her from the heat. Caleb's voice echoed from the archway. "If you want the truth, and if you want to save your department, follow me." The stone door behind him slammed shut. Daniel breathed hard. He looked at Emily, weak but alive. He looked at the coffin, waiting like a threat. He looked at the symbols, ancient, judgmental, hungry. Emily's fingers curled around his sleeve weakly. "Daniel, go." He shook his head. "I'm not leaving you." "Go," she whispered. "Stop him." Daniel hesitated. Emily whispered again, "You won't get another chance." And she was right. Daniel lowered her gently behind a large stone altar where she'd be shielded from the flames. He stood. He faced the stone archway, and he walked toward the final path. Because Caleb wasn't wrong about one thing. This was the end. But it would be Daniel who finished it, not Caleb. The stone beneath Daniel's boots felt different as he walked toward the archway. Colder, smoother, worn down by generations of footsteps that had come here before him. Watchers, cleaners, victims, witnesses, all of them swallowed by this same path. Behind him, Emily lay hidden behind the altar, breath shallow but steady. Above him, somewhere far beyond the tunnels, he hoped Maya was still moving, still searching, still refusing to give up. Down here, there was only one thing left, Caleb, and the truth he'd wrapped in blood and ritual. Daniel stepped through the archway. The stone door rumbled shut behind him with a final thud. No going back. The corridor ahead was narrow and low, forcing him to duck. Tiny flames flickered in recesses along the walls, small oil lamps that filled the air with the faint, choking smell of burnt metal and old dust. At the end of the corridor, the space widened into another chamber, smaller than the crypt, but somehow heavier. Daniel stopped at the threshold. This room wasn't like the others. No cages, no chair, no files on the wall, just a circle. A circle of symbols carved into the floor, blackened by soot, ringed by shallow grooves like something had been burned or poured there too many times to count. And at the far end, sitting calmly on a stone block as if it were an office chair, was Caleb. He looked almost relaxed, elbows on his knees, hands loosely folded, head tilted. "Close the door behind you?" he asked softly. "Of course you did. You're predictable in all the ways that matter." Daniel stepped fully inside. "This where you kill me?" he asked calmly. Caleb smiled faintly. "I could have killed you 10 times already, detective. But then the story would have ended in the middle. I prefer proper endings." Daniel's gaze flicked to a narrow stone table near the wall. On it lay a single object, a brown folder, fresh, not aged like the others. "Is that my file?" Daniel asked. Caleb's eyes gleamed. "In a way." He stood, moving with that same eerie, controlled grace. "Before we end this, you deserve to know why this town never fought us. Why nobody stopped my father, or his father, or the ones before them." He nodded toward the folder. "Go on, open it." Daniel didn't move. "You first," he said. "You answer one question." Caleb chuckled. "You're still negotiating with a man who built a grave for you. Who inside my department helped bury your mother's case?" Daniel asked, voice firm. "Raymond said there was someone everyone trusted. You keep hinting, now say it." Caleb's smile faded. He studied Daniel for a moment. Then he spoke a name. "Sheriff Dalton." The words dropped like a blade between them. Daniel's jaw tightened. "You're lying." Caleb shook his head. "Your sheriff was a young deputy when Eliza vanished. Eager, loyal, ambitious. He found the scene before anyone else. My father told me himself." He paced slowly. "Dalton saw the blood, saw my mother's dress, heard her begging. He had a choice. File the report and ignite a scandal, or obey the Caledonia line and earn a place in their shadow." Caleb's eyes hardened. "He chose his career." Daniel's stomach twisted. "Dalton doesn't seem like that kind of man," Caleb finished. "Of course he doesn't. That's why it worked." He gestured around them. "He grew into the town hero, the stable one, the respected one, the man who soothed people when they whispered about the Night Stalker." He leaned closer, and every time he told them, "It's just stories," he was helping us. Daniel saw flashes in his mind. Dalton's calm warnings, his insistence on dropping the old cases, his quiet pressure not to stir the town up. "You're saying he was part of this," Daniel said, voice low. "Part of your family's ritual." Caleb shrugged. "He wasn't blood. He was convenience, a gatekeeper. The kind of man you put at the door of a vault to make sure it never opens." He nodded at the folder again. "But this is what makes you dangerous, detective." Daniel walked toward the stone table. The folder felt heavy in his hands. "Open it," Caleb murmured. "See how long they've been watching you too." Daniel flipped it open. The first page hit him like a punch. A photograph of himself, taken years ago, younger, in a different precinct, standing over a body at a crime scene from a case that had nearly destroyed him. Below the photo, typed notes, his name, his transfer date, his disciplinary record, the shooting, the victim. Maya didn't even know everything about that case, but Caleb did. So did whoever compiled this. Daniel turned the page. More photos. Him at the station. Him outside his apartment. Him leaving a bar late one night years ago. Him sitting alone in his car, face buried in his hands. All taken from a distance. All documented. His pulse slowed dangerously. "Where did you get these?" he asked quietly. Caleb's smile returned. You think I was the first to notice you? He asked. No. Dalton recommended you for Blackwater, didn't he? He told you this town needed someone like you. Daniel remembered the conversation clearly. You're good with messes, Ross. Blackwater has plenty. He didn't recruit you to save this town, Caleb said softly. He recruited you to clean up whatever traces were left when my family's ritual finally drew too much attention. You were supposed to be their last insurance. Daniel's hands shook slightly on the folder. What you're saying, he said, is that the sheriff knew the pattern went too far. That he brought me in to keep it from exploding. Caleb nodded. And then you did the one thing he didn't expect. Daniel looked up slowly. What's that? You followed the screams, Caleb said. You actually cared. For a second, Caleb's expression shifted. Something like respect flickered in his eyes. Emily, Jenna, the old victims, Raymond. You went after all of them. You dug into what Dalton spent decades burying. That's why he warned you not to pursue the old cases. That's why he showed up at your desk and told you to focus on the present. He spread his hands. But you didn't listen, and here we are. The room felt tighter, hotter, heavier. Daniel closed the folder slowly. So Dalton let your family hunt. And when he realized it might blow up in his face, he brought me in to quietly shut it down without exposing himself. Caleb nodded. Exactly. You were meant to be a bandage, not a knife. Daniel's voice darkened. And what are you, Caleb? Caleb smiled softly. I'm the infection. He stepped into the carved circle on the floor. You think I'm here to defend Dalton? No. I hate him. He tried to erase my mother. He let Raymond burn in her place. He turned my bloodline into a bedtime story with a warning label. His eyes burned now. The sheriff is a coward. A traitor to every victim who ever bled on this land. He lifted his hands slightly like an actor taking his mark at center stage. That's why you're here, detective. To choose. Daniel's brows pulled together. Choose what? Caleb's voice dropped to a whisper. What kind of ending Blackwater deserves? He took a slow breath. Expose the sheriff. Expose the Caledonia bloodline. Expose the tunnels, the chamber, the bodies, the rituals. Turn this into a scandal that will destroy this town's illusion forever. He smirked. Or bury everything, kill me. Close the tunnels, save your job. Save Dalton. Save Blackwater's lie. He tilted his head. Hero or executioner, detective, that's the only real choice left. Daniel stared at him, then at the circle on the floor, then at the folder in his hand, then back at the exit he'd come through. Remembering Emily in the crypt, Maya somewhere above, Jenna shaking in that holding cell. Caleb took one more step toward him. No matter what you do, he whispered, this town will never see you the same way again. He smiled. That's the price of truth. Daniel's voice came out low. You talk like you're giving me a gift. Caleb's eyes gleamed. I am. Because in his twisted mind he was. This wasn't just a murder ritual, it was a confession, a challenge, a final test. Daniel's fingers slowly curled into a fist. You're forgetting one thing, he said. Caleb raised an eyebrow. What's that? Daniel stepped closer. Heroes don't negotiate with predators. Caleb didn't flinch when Daniel stepped closer. He didn't break eye contact. He didn't show fear. Instead, he smiled, small, soft, almost relieved. I knew you'd come this far, detective. I always knew. Daniel circled slowly, keeping distance, keeping the carved ritual circle between them. The symbols looked older now. Older than Caleb, older than the Caledonia bloodline, older than Blackwater itself. A reminder, This wasn't the first time a man stood in this room across from a monster, and it wouldn't be the last. Daniel kept his voice steady. You built this entire underground labyrinth. You killed innocents. You stalked Emily. You tried to erase Jenna. You tortured Raymond. You pushed people off cliffs, hid bodies, buried truth. Caleb nodded. I did. And none of it was random. Daniel's jaw tightened. You think you were chosen? Caleb exhaled slowly, like Daniel finally understood. I didn't think it, he whispered. I knew it? Daniel shook his head. No, you weren't chosen. You were indoctrinated. Caleb's eyes flickered, just for a second, but Daniel caught it. You're not special, Daniel continued. You're a product of a sick legacy, a bloodline that hides behind shadows and rituals because they're too afraid to face the real world. Caleb stepped deeper into the circle. And yet here we are, he replied, standing where truth demands blood. Daniel took another slow step, staying just outside the carved lines. What truth? Caleb spread his arms. The truth that this town has always belonged to us, to the watchers and cleaners, to those willing to see what others pretend isn't there. He gestured toward the stone walls. These tunnels were built long before I was born. My father walked them. His father walked them. And their secrets didn't break them. Daniel's voice cut in like a blade. But they broke your mother. Silence. Thick, deep, sharp. Caleb's jaw twitched. Daniel stepped closer. She wasn't a ritual, he said. She was a victim. Caleb's eyes blazed. She was chosen. Daniel shook his head slowly. She was killed because she trusted the wrong man, because your father manipulated her, because this bloodline destroys anything pure. Caleb's breath quickened. Stop! Daniel didn't stop. You're not honoring her, he said quietly. You're repeating the same violence that destroyed her. Caleb snapped. No! His voice cracked through the chamber like lightning. No! You don't get to say her name. You don't get to speak about her. He stepped to the very edge of the circle, chest rising and falling rapidly. You know nothing about what she suffered. Daniel's voice softened, not pitying, not mocking, but invincible. I know she didn't want this. Caleb froze. His eyes widened. Something fractured deep inside him. Daniel took one more step. She didn't want a legacy of violence. She didn't want a son who killed strangers in her name. She didn't want a bloodline that lives underground and dies the same way. He pointed toward the coffin behind Caleb. She didn't want that for you. Caleb turned slightly, just enough to glimpse the coffin carved with Caledonia symbols. The coffin, meant for Daniel. But now suddenly it felt like something else. His expression wavered. Confusion, hurt, memory, fear. The emotions he'd learned to bury rose. Daniel pressed further. You said you never knew her, he whispered. But you've spent your entire life trying to avenge something you never saw. Caleb's hands tightened. Daniel moved closer. And deep down, you know the truth. Caleb looked up sharply. What truth? Daniel's voice became a whisper that traveled like thunder through the room. The Caledonia bloodline didn't just take your mother. He paused. They made you. Caleb blinked. What are you talking about? Daniel stepped inside the edge of the ritual circle. You're not an heir, he said. You're a weapon they created. Caleb's breath stopped. Daniel continued. You think your father loved your mother? No. He used her. He used the bloodline myth to justify what he did. They taught you to worship him, to worship their violence. He shook his head. But you were never born chosen. You were born to cover up their crimes, Caleb whispered, voice trembling. That's not true. Daniel took one more step forward. If they truly believed you were their heir, why didn't they let you live in the house? Why did they hide you down here? Why did they train you to kill instead of giving you a life above ground? Caleb's eyes flickered rapidly, like a man drowning in truths he never asked to know. Stop, he whispered. They never cared about you, Caleb, Daniel said softly. You were never meant to inherit anything. You were meant to protect their secret, to keep their sins buried. Caleb shook violently. Stop! Daniel stepped fully into the circle now. Emily's voice echoed faintly from the crypt behind them. Daniel, careful. But Daniel didn't slow. Everything they told you, he whispered, when it was a lie. Caleb lashed out. He lunged, fast, desperate, broken. Daniel was ready. He sidestepped, grabbed Caleb's arm, twisted, and pushed him toward the center of the circle. Caleb fell to his knees, gasping, fury bleeding into confusion. You don't get to rewrite my story, he snarled. Daniel knelt in front of him. Then tell me, he said, what part of this is yours? Which choice in your life was really yours? Caleb's chest heaved. He stared at the symbols beneath him, the bloodline he'd worshipped. And for the first time, he looked afraid of them. Daniel whispered, your mother didn't die for this. Don't let this be her legacy. Caleb's breath shook. How would you know? You don't know what she wanted. You never... Daniel interrupted quietly. She wanted you free, not chained to her tragedy. Caleb's lower lip trembled. His voice was barely audible. You don't know that. Daniel held his gaze. You're right, he said. I don't. He stood. But you do. That broke something inside Caleb. He looked down at his hands. The same hands that carried out horrors he'd convinced himself were justice. He looked at the coffin. He looked at the circle. He looked at Daniel. And for one moment, a single moment, he looked like a boy lost in the dark. Daniel, he whispered. His voice shook. What do I do? Daniel inhaled deeply. You stop, he said. You end this, right now. Caleb's eyes filled with tears. He didn't blink away. He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could answer, a deafening metallic click echoed behind them. Daniel spun. A figure stood in the archway they'd come through, gun raised, expression stone cold. Sheriff Dalton, eyes burning with a truth older than both Daniel and Caleb combined. Step away from him, Dalton said. His voice was low, deadly. And don't move. But the air in the underground chamber shifted instantly. Caleb froze. Daniel straightened slowly. The symbol-carved circle between them suddenly felt like a trap neither man belonged in. Sheriff Dalton stood at the archway. Gun raised, jaw clenched, eyes dark, with a history he had buried so deeply he thought no one would ever dig it up again. His voice cut through the silence like a blade. Daniel, step away from him. Daniel didn't move. You followed us, he said quietly. Dalton's nostrils flared. I followed you, he corrected, because you don't know what you're dealing with. You never did. Caleb let out a bitter, soft, hysterical laugh. Well, he murmured, there it is. The rat finally crawled out of his hole. Dalton's grip tightened on the gun. Shut your mouth, Caleb smirked. Daniel stayed focused. So it's true, he said. You were there the night Eliza Grant disappeared. Dalton stepped forward. 1 step, 2, 3. His boots scraped across the carved stone like the footsteps of a man walking toward his own grave. You think you have this figured out, Dalton growled, but you only know pieces. You don't know what happened down here, what I protected this town from. Caleb scoffed. You protected your badge. Dalton snapped the gun toward him. I said shut up. Caleb raised both hands, palms open, mocking surrender. Daniel took a step to the side, putting himself between both men. Dalton, he he said calmly. Put the gun down. Dalton's eyes flashed. You have no idea what you're asking. Daniel kept his voice low and steady. You're pointing a gun at your own detective. Dalton shook his head. No. I'm pointing a gun at the man who's about to ruin decades of stability in this town. A town that cannot survive the truth. Daniel stepped closer. What truth? That a bloodline of killers lived under your nose and you helped them hide? That you let innocent people die? That you buried evidence? Dalton's jaw twitched uncontrollably. I didn't bury anything, I managed it. Managed? Daniel repeated. Dalton pointed at Caleb. You think he's the only monster down here? You think killing him ends this? No. He's one of dozens, generations. The only way to keep Blackwater safe was to keep the rest of the line quiet. Caleb laughed cold and high. He means he killed them. Quietly. Dalton roared. You were already dying. The bloodline destroys itself. I just hurried it along. Daniel clenched his fists. You murdered people. Dalton didn't blink. I did what the town needed. He stepped closer. And now you're going to do the same. Daniel stared at him. What are you talking about? Dalton gestured with the gun. You shoot him, right now. You finish the bloodline. You bury this. You go upstairs, tell them you found nothing. The tunnels collapse, the town moves on. He nodded sharply. No scandal, no news vans, no families torn apart, no ruined careers, no bloodbath, just closure. Daniel didn't move, because he realized something chilling. Dalton wasn't threatening him. Dalton was offering him a deal, a future, a badge, a life without chaos or exposure. Caleb saw it too. He stepped backward, inching toward the circle's center, voice trembling but sharp. See? Caleb whispered. He's the real monster, not me. He made me. He covered for my father. He built this system with them. He's not the hero. He's the betrayal. Dalton barked. He's lying. Daniel didn't look away from Dalton. Then tell me, Daniel said softly, why you're down here with a gun. Dalton's breath hitched, and that was the answer. Caleb whispered, voice breaking. You were supposed to kill my mother quietly, but you panicked. You left evidence. You hid me to cover your mistake. Dalton snapped, Enough! He pointed the gun at Caleb's head. Daniel stepped between them. Dalton, no! Dalton shouted. Move, Ross! I'm ending this! Daniel held out both hands. No! You're ending you! Dalton's face twisted in agony. Not fear. Not guilt. Anger at losing control. This town cannot survive the truth, he roared. You can't handle what I had to do. Daniel's voice hardened. What you had to do, or what you chose to do. Dalton's breathing spiraled into something wild, breaking through the carefully crafted facade he'd maintained for decades. Caleb whispered from behind Daniel, You're just like my father, pretending you're the hero while you slaughter people in the dark. Dalton lunged forward, gun pressing against Daniel's chest. Move! Now! Daniel didn't blink. No! Dalton's eyes exploded with panic. If I don't kill him, they'll come back. The others, the ones who escaped, the ones who moved away, the ones who have children. This does not end unless he dies. Daniel stared at him with a slow, devastating clarity. You sound just like the bloodline you claim to hate. Dalton's hand trembled. Daniel leaned closer. It ends when the truth comes out, not when we bury it deeper. Dalton snapped. He shoved Daniel aside and aimed the gun again at Caleb. Fine! I'll do it myself! A shot exploded, but not from Dalton. Maya's voice echoed from the archway. Drop the gun! Dalton staggered, dropping the weapon as it clattered across stone. Maya stood in the doorway, gun smoking, arm shaking from exertion, Jenna behind her clutching the wall. Dalton stared at them, shocked, Fear, betrayal, and finally truth flooding his eyes. You shouldn't be here. Maya stepped forward. You ruined lives. You protected killers. You helped them grow. Dalton shook his head in panic. I protected this town, Daniel pointed at him. No, you turned this town into a graveyard. Dalton stepped back, breath ragged. Caleb stepped out of the circle, voice hollow. You killed my mother. Dalton froze. For the first time in decades, he looked guilty. His voice cracked. I didn't mean for her to die. I was supposed to bring her back. I was supposed to stop it. Caleb's eyes filled with tears. And you killed her anyway. Dalton collapsed to his knees, shaking violently, whispering something over and over. I tried. Maya handcuffed him as he trembled. Daniel exhaled, lowering his shoulders. Caleb didn't move. He looked at Dalton like a boy staring at the ghost of his nightmares. Daniel turned to him. It's over. Caleb shook his head. No, he whispered. And Daniel realized Caleb wasn't looking at Dalton anymore. He was looking at the coffin. The one carved with his bloodline symbol. The one meant for Daniel. The one he realized was actually meant for him. Caleb took a shaky step toward it. Daniel reached for him. Caleb, don't, Caleb whispered. I was never the heir. His voice broke. I was the burial. He stepped into the coffin, and before Daniel could stop him, he pulled the heavy lid down over himself. The stone slammed shut. Silence crushed the chamber. Maya stared in horror. Detective, what do we do? Daniel placed both palms on the coffin lid and whispered, End the story. The stone coffin didn't move, not a sound, not a breath, not even the faint scrape of a hand from inside. Just stillness, the kind of stillness that filled a place long before Daniel ever walked into it. Maya swallowed hard and stepped closer, lowering her gun. Detective. He just climbed in. He didn't even fight. Why would he do that? Daniel ran a hand slowly across the carved lid, tracing the centuries-old grooves, the symbols, the jagged etchings, the deep cuts made by the bloodline who worshiped darkness as their inheritance. He finally understood, Daniel whispered. He wasn't the heir. He wasn't the chosen one. He was the last, the burial piece, the final secret they needed hidden. Maya bit her lip. So he buried himself? Daniel nodded. Caleb wasn't trying to escape. He was trying to finish the ritual the only way he could control it, ending the bloodline on his own terms. A faint tremor passed through the floor, one of the maze's many mechanisms adjusting again. Daniel looked around sharply. We have to move. This place is unstable. Maya grabbed Jenna's hand, keeping the girl close as they hurried back into the corridor. Daniel lifted Emily once more, cradling her carefully. Stay with me, he whispered to her. Her head rested against his shoulder. I knew. You'd find me, she murmured weakly. And we're going home, Daniel replied. But the tunnels weren't done with them yet. A low groan echoed through the stone, followed by a deep, crawling rumble beneath their feet. Maya flinched. Oh God, the whole maze is collapsing. Move! Daniel barked. They sprinted down the corridor, the same one Daniel had walked alone minutes earlier, the flames along the walls flickering violently as if the maze itself was panicking. Stone cracked, dust rained. A support beam snapped somewhere behind them with a thunderous crack. Jenna screamed. Keep going, Maya urged. They rounded the bend into the crypt. The fire-lit chamber looked different now, smoke swirling, symbols glowing faintly like dying coals. Emily stirred faintly. It's waking up. The maze, the tunnels, and they're closing. Daniel... I know, he said. Just hold on. He moved quickly behind the altar, retrieving the blanket he'd draped around her earlier and wrapping it more securely. "Stay behind me," he told Maya and Jenna, but Jenna grabbed his sleeve. "What about Caleb?" she whispered. Daniel paused only a second, then shook his head. He made his choice. They stepped into the corridor leading upward, the long, winding path toward whatever surface exit the maze had left open. Emily breathed sharply. "There's another way out. I heard him talking to someone. Metal door. Near the old tunnels." Daniel adjusted her weight. "That's what we're heading toward." The earth shook violently again, knocking dust into their eyes. Maya covered Jenna with her jacket. "Detective, fast! This thing is coming down!" Daniel pushed forward. Every turn felt longer. Every step felt heavier. The ceiling groaned, threatening to collapse at any second. A falling beam slammed against Daniel's arm. He staggered but kept moving. Emily gasped. "Daniel, are you—" "I'm fine," he said, tightening his grip. Another corner, another tunnel. The light weakened. The path narrowed. Jenna cried out, "There, I see light!" Faint sunlight glowed ahead, pale, dusty, blurred by smoke. The exit, the real exit. Daniel surged forward, and then a final tremor ripped through the ground so violently the entire tunnel lurched sideways. "Run!" Maya screamed. They bolted. The tunnel collapsed behind them in a roaring avalanche of rock and dirt. Daniel dived through the narrow opening at the end. Maya and Jenna leaped after him. And daylight exploded around them as they tumbled out onto hard ground. Grass, cold air, trees, sky, the outside. The forest edge near the abandoned rail yard. Behind them, the earth groaned one last time, the entrance caving in and sealing the nightmare below forever. Maya lay on her back, panting, staring at the sky. "Holy God," she whispered. Jenna sobbed into her hands. Daniel lay on his side, Emily still in his arms. She blinked up at the sunlight weakly. "It's over? We made it?" Daniel smoothed her hair back gently. "It's over," he whispered. "You're safe now." Emily closed her eyes with relief. Maya crawled over to them. "Detective, the sheriff. We have to report him." Daniel nodded slowly. "Dalton won't be able to run. The collapse sealed the lower chambers. Every lie he ever buried is now buried with Caleb." Maya's jaw tightened. "And what do we tell the state police?" Daniel looked toward the collapsed tunnels behind them. "We tell them the truth." He took a slow breath. "All of it." Maya nodded. Jenna nodded. Emily nodded weakly. For the first time since descending into that maze, the world felt clean again. But a cold breeze moved across the clearing, rustling the tall grass, almost whispering through the rail yard's rusted skeleton. As if Blackwater itself was exhaling for the first time in decades. Or warning them that the darkness wasn't gone, only quiet. Daniel stood finally, Emily still in his arms. "Let's get everyone to the hospital," he said. Maya helped Jenna stand. "After that?" she asked softly. Daniel looked at the town in the distance, its quiet houses, its hidden secrets, its past waiting to be exposed. "After that," he said, voice steady, "we burn every last piece of the Caledonia legacy." As they walked toward the road, the sun rising through the morning fog, Emily reached for Daniel's hand, whispering, "You didn't let him win." Daniel squeezed her fingers gently. "Neither did you." And for the first time in a long time, he felt something he hadn't felt since before all of this began. Closure. Real, final closure. But as they climbed the slope toward the waiting daylight, Daniel couldn't shake one last thought. A coffin sealed itself underground today. A bloodline ended, a ritual died, but darkness? Darkness didn't die, it simply waited, and in a town like Blackwater, Sometimes waiting was all it needed. But if this story shook you, remember darkness never truly disappears. It just waits for the next victim, the next secret, the next episode. If you enjoyed this crime, mystery, and thriller narration, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, because Dark Pulse brings you new dark stories, true crime-style mysteries, and chilling audio thrillers every single night. And before you go, tell me in the comments where are you watching from and how dark is your room right now. Stay safe, stay alert, and remember, every town has a secret. Most people just never dig deep enough to find it.